Thank you. Okay, great. Right, we'll get started then. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Peace and blessings to you all. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We begin with the name of Allah, our creator, our sustainer, and in him we put our trust. And Muhammad, peace be upon him, is his beloved prophet and last messenger. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to day 2 of our seminar titled Closing the Gap in Distance Learning. Thank you to everyone for joining us again today. And if you joined us yesterday, we welcome you back. We hope you found the sessions as useful and as enjoyable as we did. Today we bring you another spectacular lineup of presenters who will be delivering presentations, focusing on the various aspects of distance learning, which are all essential to us as academics to support us in providing a successful online learning environment for our learners. We're really delighted to have an amazing group of presenters with us today who will be sharing their expertise and rich knowledge from Oman, Malaysia, Egypt, UK, and of course we will shortly begin with our first presenter from sunny Spain, Dr. Hector Gonzalez. Well, COVID-19 has been part of our lives for just over a year now, and many of us have had in the past, we had very basic teaching experience of online teaching experience, and no doubt we've displayed a high level of resilience to make it this far as a global community. And as academics, we want to continue to do our part to ensure that our students have access to an excellent range of education, excellent standard of education. And this is what we aim to do today. We aim to bring together professionals like yourselves to support each other in maintaining and establishing good practice to manage the current and emerging challenges in the face of the pandemic, COVID-19. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome our first presenter, Dr. Hector Gonzalez. If you've just joined us, I'd like to say welcome. We hope that this seminar will offer you some food for thought and will be an insightful and enjoyable experience for you, and ultimately will help you find ways to increase engagement with your learners and with your overall professional practice. And don't forget, you can pop your questions or comments in the chat box. Let us know where you're joining us from today. We'd love to hear, and we'll do our best to monitor the questions, okay? And we'll be, just after Dr. Hector Gonzalez will be following up with a series of concurrent presentations delivered by a range of excellent presenters from all around the world, and information on the concurrent sessions will follow straight after this presentation. Okay, I'd like to draw your attention to our webinar page. You can go straight onto the UTAS website and have a look at our schedule. Okay, right, so Dr. Hector Gonzalez is an associate professor in marketing at ESCP Business School in Madrid. A true global citizen, Hector has gathered a diverse range of experiences throughout his life, being raised in Germany by his Spanish parents. His multicultural identity has been shaped from an early age. At the age of 18, Hector embarked into the next phase of his life, expanding his professional and personal profile at a global level. Since then, Hector has lived, worked, and studied in various countries such as Spain, Germany, Japan, South Korea, United States, and the United Kingdom. Over the last 15 years, his professional portfolio has grown in various roles in marketing, education, and corporate strategy. During this time, Hector has worked on projects for small to medium-sized businesses, as well as large international companies such as Pepsi or Ford. Prior to his role at ESCP Business School, he was a senior lecturer in marketing at the York Management School, UK. He received his PhD in marketing from the Bradford University School of Management. He also has a postgraduate diploma in research methods from the University of Bradford, as well as an MBA and Bachelor of Science from California State University. Hector is interested in interdisciplinary research that addresses phenomena on the self and consumption. Currently, his work spans across areas such as cross-cultural, consumer behavior, body image, and consumption, and the role of robots, and all in the marketplace. I'd like to hand over to Dr. Hector. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the presentation. Thank you once again, Dr. Hector Gonzalez. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this warm welcome, and also again, thanks, my gratitude for the invitation to participate in this excellent seminar. I've already been seeing in the chat that we have people logged in from all across the world, so that I think is already a big success. So again, thank you for sharing your valuable time also to listen to me. That humbles me every day. So as mentioned, I guess we'll get started with the presentation. It seems like sound and everything is fine, so I don't need to ask the most common question over the last year. If you can hear and see me, I think we have already confirmed that. But yes, so today what I want to be addressing is a topic in terms of distance learning, which in particular I think it's been around for a while, but many of us have more extensively been interacting with this type of learning over the last year, in particular due to the more recent circumstances that the globe is facing. In terms of what I would like to cover today broadly is talk about, briefly about what the traditional research setting or a teaching setting has looked like, then the process of digitalization, and one of the key accelerators in that process, which we've all been encountering over the last year, sadly, but it's a reality, which is COVID-19. Then I want to expand briefly on what is happening right now, or what we're seeing as patterns, across the globe at educational institutions. And for instance, I would like to share also the case of our school, because just like most schools, we have been hit with these changes, and I would like to share how we have approached it, because I think our leadership in that regard has had some good ideas and has worked quite well over the last year. And then I would like to delve into the future, to guide you and a little bit into what might be coming in the next years and decades. In terms of the presentation, you will notice I have lots of pictures, so I will try to attempt to go a little bit through storytelling, and at the end I will be, of course, more than happy, to answer any particular questions that you might have. So we'll go with the flow, and then, like I said, keep your questions perhaps to the end, and then we'll do our best to summarize those together. So in terms of traditional teaching, probably what we've encountered, most of us, also while we were going to school as a child, as we're going through university, we have, of course, the traditional classroom setting, where you would go in person into a classroom. The lecturer, the teacher would be interacting with you. You would be interacting physically also with your colleagues. And I think it's a model that has been working quite well over the years. It's been around, it has been validated. And just like anything else in life, there's advantages and disadvantages. With the traditional teaching method, again, we have that personal touch, we have that interaction. There's no potential tech problems directly, although nowadays if you integrate technology into your traditional teaching, classroom teaching, there might also be some tech issues, but there are definitely these advantages. However, the disadvantage is that you're restricted physically to being in class, to that location, to that time zone, for instance. So if you're not present in class, you wouldn't be able to participate. And I think this is something where distance learning and distance education has come in already, even before the digital age, and I will talk about that briefly. So there have been alternatives for people, that needed that added flexibility in order to further foster their learning, which leads to, I don't know if you can see the slide, it's not showing well on my computer, it's showing white. Okay, here. Distance learning. In a traditional sense, I still remember probably 20 years ago or so, I remember also looking at some courses which I wanted to do in terms of distance learning. But back in the day, still online versions were quite limited. Most people didn't have, internet. I'm talking about the 90s in particular. So I recall from that time, distance learning would be that you sign up with a course, either at an institution, or you would go maybe to a facility. Again, they would send a salesperson, I remember, coming to your store, to your home, and they would give you a list or a catalog of all these different courses that they offer. You would sign up, and then basically what they would be doing, they would be sending you some books, they would be sending you some exercise sheets. You would work on those, and then you would have periodically some exams where you potentially might have to go to a facility to conduct the test. So distance learning was very much still hard copies. You would be using books and again, other type of materials, but the digital element was still missing, but simply the digital element was not that far implemented, across the globe. Obviously, this has changed over the last few years very much, simply because of the fact also that many people have, digital means in their homes, which leads me to what we're seeing now. Not yet now, again, looking back 10, 15 years already, you have seen organizations, institutions, universities in particular, start becoming more digital. And one of the examples, which probably many of you are interacting with into your institutions, could be a platform, for instance, similar to Blackboard. There's alternative platforms, but Blackboard is one of those which is quite popular. I've worked at different institutions, and so far all of them have used Blackboard, although I'm aware that there are others. And again, what does it mean? It gives people, students, teachers, the opportunity to interact to a certain degree in an online setting. There is a depository. You can leave all your files online. You can leave all your documentation. Nowadays, actually, even Blackboard has a lot. So I'm hearing that the slides are not moving. So I'm on slide 5.
Yeah, okay with this, Doctor. It's
Sorry?
slide 5. It's okay with us. It's for slide 5 with us.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, somebody in the chat. So as I mentioned, so in terms of the digital space, so it allows you already to interact, but very much in what we call an asynchronous manner, which means students would be logging on at their own pace, professors would be logging on at their own pace, and putting up the information, and then they could exchange this information. However, even Blackboard, as I mentioned, now has also more interactive platforms similar to Microsoft Teams. There's also chat versions, there's video versions integrated. You can use forums, etc. So it has become more and more interactive. But what we've seen is, as I mentioned, most institutions have or are using something like this, a type of digital platform which allows students to move into this. So another form of digitalization on this slide, which hopefully you can see, is, for instance, in the classroom. Again, depending on resources, depending on the institutions, but not even universities only. We're seeing it sometimes already at the children educational level, where the notebook, which we have been using for so many years, is losing a little bit of track. So you see now students at some institutions already using tablets, using laptops. In particular at universities, it's very common. When I walk into my class, I basically, almost every student is sitting there either with their tablet or with their laptop. So traditional note-taking, as we probably most of us have done in the past, is not that common anymore, at least at a lot of the institutions which I'm seeing. Nevertheless, I'm aware that this, again, depends on resources, depends on geographical differences, again, linked to resources. So there might be facilities and institutions, I'm sure, which are still more, in the more traditional sense, using notebooks. But the trend is moving, towards this direction. And also this is tied in with the fact that, in particular, the younger generations, now they're being already raised with a very digital environment. Even in their leisure time, they're using a lot of digital tools. So it becomes much more of a habit for them to use these tools, which again, sometimes I think a disadvantage is that we're losing track of how to write. So handwriting seems to be getting worse and worse. But on the other hand, the good advantages of the multimedia possibilities that you have, with these type of platforms, digital devices, and also to store everything, to share the information. So again, there's some advantage there. And not just the students, also the teachers, of course. The Blackboard, which has been used for many years, with chalk. seems to be disappearing again towards more interactive versions of boards which the teacher can use to interact with students to show their examples and their cases. So what has led to this? As I mentioned, obviously we've seen over the last decade already an evolution in terms of the digital space in educational settings. But this is a joke which is sadly not a very good one, but it is quite correct, which has been circulated in the last month. And when we talk about digital transformation, we think normally about the leadership in our institutions, which could be the CEO, the president, the chief technology officer. But as you can see here, who has led the digital transformation of your company? Probably nowadays, many people would argue it has been COVID-19, unfortunately, because we have been forced due to the pandemic, due to social distancing, to remove ourselves often from a presential space to be in class, to share a physical space with others in order to reduce, of course, the risk of infections. And this has moved many institutions to online education, to online classes, and to some type of digital element, which has been integrated in a more extensive manner into their educational process. So I guess there's good things, there's bad things, as I mentioned, which are part of this process. But I think COVID-19 has definitely, I've seen it in our institution, been one of those accelerators. We already had plans and we already were quite digital, even at my institution. But I think it has just been a very big push last year, which hit us, in March here in Europe. And then within a few weeks, we were pretty much all digital and looking also at some hybrid models, which I will explain shortly. So what is happening now? What are probably many of us facing? Well, the first example is I would love to be there with you now in Oman and hopefully sit with you in person, but we're interacting right now through a platform, through Microsoft Teams. And that's just a reality right now. Again, the beauty of it is I can be in Spain and I can interact with all of you, with colleagues around the globe. And I think that's one of the key advantages. I don't have to even travel, but nevertheless, it has definitely impacted us in the way we do this, not just our daily teaching, also these type of conferences. In the last year, for instance, I didn't have any academic conference in person. All of them I had to participate in a virtual setting. So this has led, as I mentioned, to many universities to move online, either fully online or partially online, depending, of course, on the circumstances and the regulations of their individual countries. But we have seen even programs at world-leading universities, just like Harvard or even Oxford. Many universities in the UK where I worked before, I'm still in contact with many of my prior colleagues. They're still fully online. So campuses are relatively empty. Most of the staff is also working online, and it's just a given and it's a fact. We expect that once the pandemic, again, depending on the level of vaccination in each country, but once things progress and improve, that we're going to probably go back again to more on-site teaching, presential teaching. Nevertheless, I think most leadership teams are arguing that digital push, which has happened over the last year, is here to stay. I mean, our dean is expressing the same idea. He says, yes, we will probably try to have more interactions again in person, although I will tell you in a few minutes what we were doing already. So we didn't go to fully online in our case, but we will also be keeping some of that digital space or that digital evolution, which we have experienced already, because it is the future. That has led, of course, also to hybrid teaching, which I will explain shortly in the next slide, and some of the challenges associated to it. And it has led us to getting to know a lot of these digital tools like Microsoft Teams, Zoom, Skype, WebEx. So name them, even, as I said, Blackboard Collaborate has a function. You see some examples on the pictures on the top here of these different platforms. I must confess, although it has helpful, it has been also stressful for many, many colleagues as well. Last year, when we started with the pandemic and suddenly had to move everything to online, basically every meeting, every teaching interaction moved online very rapidly. And organizations are using different tools because of their contractual obligations or simply because of what they have available. At some point, I counted that within a month I had used 8 different communication platforms in terms of like Zoom, Skype, Microsoft Teams. So I had to download a lot of different versions on my computer, which was eat up space, and then each of them works slightly differently. So there's a learning curve, which is not ideal, but it's just a fact, because when you interact with organizations outside of yours, you have to adopt to, you know, what they're using. But again, I think this is something which probably most of us have experienced in the last few months. So as I mentioned, one of the elements that has happened, not everybody has gone fully online. Some institutions have gone to hybrid teaching, and that brings also a challenge. What I mean with hybrid teaching in this case is that you might have some students, for instance, in the classroom, but then you have other students at the same time logging in and participating in the class live. How does that work? Well, you have a camera. For instance, we have installed cameras in our classrooms, not just, you know, the desktop, because you're teaching students in the classroom, smaller groups, so you have to still move freely, use the board, but at the same time students will log on from home. The challenge here is it's difficult to give attention to both parties, to both stakeholders at the same time, because if you're interacting with students in class, those that are online might feel neglected, and vice versa, the same thing can happen. We do the best we can, of course. We'll talk to students in class. We keep the speakers open in case of students have questions which are home. And once in a while, we look into the chat, or we evaluate, you know, if something has come up, you know, with students. But again, it's not ideal, and it has been challenging. One way which we use to improve this type of interaction is we ask somebody in class to become a delegate, which would log into the chat also and be the voice also for those students at home. So if they were experiencing some problem, or if they couldn't speak up, this person in class would then say, I have a comment from my colleague, I don't know, Joseph, which is sitting at home. They're having this question, or they're having this problem. So therefore, trying to integrate both elements, the students in class and the students which are online. And again, this is just one of the ways, you know, how institutions have dealt with the digital space in the last few months. Depending on the circumstances. Others, as I mentioned, had to go to fully online, 100% online, which again doesn't have the interaction in person, but at least you can focus on your students 100%, you know, online, and you can also design the class in a way that it makes those interactions easier, because the designing of the session also will be affected depending if you have people just in class, if you have people just online, or if you have people in a hybrid model. So I would like now to take the opportunity to share what our institution has been doing over this last year. And of course, it's not a perfect solution. We're still learning every day. We're trying to improve this overall process, but I think there were also some positives which might be worth sharing, and perhaps they can also be fruitful for other colleagues like yourself. What we've been introducing is what we call AMBLE. And AMBLE is short for Adaptive Model of Blended Learning, to give us added flexibility. And I will give you some examples of how this has been working. And then I also want to share with you an example of a very recent event, an international seminar, which we had last week, which again, due to the fact that we wouldn't be able to travel with students, we had to move it to online. And I also would share what type of approach we used here. And I think it worked out relatively well considering the circumstances. So in terms of AMBLE, one of the key things when you adopt your teaching, in particular to online learning, and to make interactions you know, more fruitful, and to make the learning experience more fruitful, you have to consider that it's difficult sometimes to engage students at the same level as if you are in the classroom with them. So you have to probably restructure a little bit your contents. You have to restructure the approach to learning. And the instructional design that we have been applying here was to have a very clear structure. Ideally, although each teacher, each lecturer should have their flexibility in how they would like to implement it, and it differs also by disciplines. But nevertheless, we've tried to a certain degree also to share the structure with our other colleagues, so that students don't have to deal with a lot of different learning structures in their classes if they have multiple classes in that semester. So having some type of a particular structure might be helping there. The second point is less content and more learning. We've noticed that, in particular in the more traditional setting, we were able to fit in much more content into our sessions, into 1-2 hour session, into our slides, but sometimes that could also be counterproductive. So we used this opportunity now that we had to redo a little bit our learning approach to focus perhaps on those key contents which we really think are integral to this for the student, emphasize those during the sessions, and hope, that they get a deeper learning experience on the key learnings rather than giving them a lot of additional information, which nowadays they can seek anyway. There's a lot of information available, and we can also make it available for them online. This is linked also to the third point, which is telling a story. Storytelling has been shown by researchers to be quite productive in terms of, enhancing retention and the learning experience. So again, when you design your materials, it's about trying to tell them a story, guide them through a story through that hour or 2 hours of lecture that you might have. And of course, enhancing that with visuals as much as possible. The expression, the picture says more than 1,000 words. So in particular, when you have online presentations and slides, trying not to overload them with text seems to be quite fruitful, and using lots of pictures, and then again, linking it to storytelling, the professor, trying to emphasize what the main point is here, in combination with some visual. And the fifth point here is the challenge. What we found to be quite fruitful is to engage students in some type of scenario or challenge which they can relate to the contents that they're learning in that particular session that day. Here, rather than giving them the challenge at the end, what we generally do is move that challenge to the beginning, which I will show you on the next slide. So in terms of structure, I was used more to class settings when I was a student, that you would get the materials, you would learn on a particular subject, and then at the end you would get a challenge, a case study, for instance. Now let's solve it. And that still works, it's a viable option. But what seems to be working also quite well in terms of getting students to really embrace the learning materials is put the challenge first. So when I design something online now and I have some type of hybrid class online, before the session starts or at the beginning of the session, I share with them actually the scenario, the challenge, which generally is focused on the topic that I will cover that day, and has maybe 2 or 3 key questions. So the initial reaction by these students is, okay, you're raising these questions, but I actually don't know how to answer them, because obviously I haven't taken the class yet, I haven't gone through the contents. So, but by showing them those questions first, what you're doing is you're activating them, you're motivating them to try to find the answers. So then when you start then covering the contents of that class, they already have those questions in mind, and they start picking and seeing the connections. Okay, I can use this particular content to answer this question. So you go through the session, and at the end you share the challenge again with them, and then you let them work on them. It could be in a setting where you say, okay, and before the next session, next week, next class, try to work on the challenge, and next week we will be discussing it. So starting with that. Then in terms of the learning contents, make sure that you have, again, maybe just 2 or 3 key learning objectives for each session. That has been something I had to work on as well. I had in the more traditional classes, I might have had a longer list, but when I had to change my materials to this Humble method, to have more hybrid teaching, I was forced actually to focus on some key points again, key learnings. I have thought also we're encouraged to think about frequently asked questions. If we have already experience from previous classes where we taught this subject, we kind of already know what type of questions come up, where students tend to have problems with. So what we can do is we can anticipate this, and online, for instance, on Blackboard, we can already have a list of frequently asked questions, which means the students can access it directly. They don't have to email you additionally. And it saves you time, it saves them time. Of course, you cannot anticipate all the questions, but generally we have a good feel about that. Then the fourth point is concept for dummies. So again, you already, if you taught the class, you might have a good understanding of what elements are unclear for students. where they get really confused, so you can make sure that you emphasize those in particular and put more emphasis on those. And you put additional materials potentially, online, which they can engage with. And then the last point, optional elements. Again, although we're focusing on a few key points, you can always have an additional folder that, look, you don't need to cover this additional folder, because if you cover the main materials that we shared, you should be in a good position, to do well in the exams, that you already have covered the main learnings. However, if you want to go further, and we know we have sometimes students which are very motivated, here's some additional reading, something to challenge you in addition, so you can bring those in. And in most cases, these are materials which you had maybe anyway already from your prior classes. So this has worked quite well in terms of, reshaping it, but obviously it has been a lot of work, and I assume some of you have gone through a similar process in the last few months. Next, I wanted to share with you our experience of the international seminar. Here in the international seminar, basically one of our programs had planned a trip to the Silicon Valley. It's a master's in digital marketing, and part of the program entails a trip to visit technology companies. Because of the pandemic, this trip could not take place. So we didn't want to just move to a traditional Zoom setting. So rather than that, we wanted to give them an interactive experience. Again, it was a lot of extra work. We had to allocate some of the budget from the trip to develop this, because of course there was also a lot of financial resources to it. But what we did is we created a 5-day seminar where we actually brought San Francisco, Silicon Valley to the 2 students. So we still worked with an agency which normally finds us as speakers there at technology companies. And of course, they set it up through Zoom that they would interact with us. Nevertheless, we didn't want to just rely on a traditional Zoom, so we made it more interactive. Here is just an example of some of the speakers we had in one day. We had speakers from NASA even. Here we had a roundtable on blockchain. And this is how it looked. We actually booked a plateau. We did kind of like a TV production, similar to a TV program. Here you see myself with some of my colleagues at the opening day. And what we were doing is we could have a few students, up to 10 students, because of social distancing in the setting there. We had some chairs, but we had about 100 students overall. So they were logging in online. But they would have an interaction. We would have some sessions with local speakers in the studio with all the health measures that are allowed. And then we would bring in virtually the other speakers from San Francisco. What we would be doing here is also, as you see another person here, we hired actually a professional moderator, which kind of like a TV host would, do the transitions between sessions, add a little bit of a special touch to it, and he would then basically go, and now let's connect with San Francisco, our speaker from Microsoft, for instance. And you can see in the background there was one of the speakers, for instance, from Cisco, the company Cisco. So it was kind of a back and forth between sessions there, hybrid, and sessions which were through Zoom. But what the students would see, the ones in the studio would see the things you see now in the pictures, but the students who were at home, we also added some virtual reality. So sometimes you would see just the speaker, like you're seeing me right now, but sometimes you would see the whole studio. And as you can see in the prior picture, the studio is actually quite small, but with, but with virtual reality, what we have seen is that we could make it look bigger. We brought in the students here, like on the big screen. This was a student actually who was asking some questions to the speakers. So again, making it much more interactive. And again, I'm aware this is a lot of work. This is requires a lot of resources. We could only do this because we had, of course, the funds which were normally allocated for the trip, and we used those funds, for setting up this type of event. So what's next? Looking into the future. So I would like to take the next few slides, to see what we expect to see over the next few years to happen also in the digital space and distance learning. I mean, the fact is more online interactions, although as I mentioned, I think hopefully the pandemic is getting slowly under control in many markets. We will probably see people returning to the classroom, but I think online is here to stay to a certain degree. And of course, some institutions, some schools, or some programs are fully online. They were already online before, the pandemic. But I think the trend is definitely going into continuing to be digital. This entails, of course, a challenge. Maybe some of you have seen this video, which has been going around on social media. And I just have the picture here. You see a student in front of his laptop participating in class. But the challenge is, as you can see here, he might not be participating. Students are quite creative. Sometimes we have to force our students actually to open the camera because we want to make sure that they're actually there, because what happens is students log in, leave their camera off, and then, I don't know, go take a nap or do something else, but they pretend that they're online and participating in class. So in order to avoid that, again, we need to try to make sessions engaging and interactive, and I think that's one of the challenges that we have to deal with. One of the tools that probably many of you, just like myself, have been using, which can help in this interactive work, is just our Google Drive, which I've used more than ever in the last year. We have Google Sheets, Google Word elements. So the good thing here is it allows students or professors to work at the same time in parallel, on the document. You can see the changes your colleagues are conducting, and then you see live basically what they're working on. And I think I've used it even in class where they would, because of social distancing, they couldn't sit next to each other, but they were in the classroom. I said, okay, log on and start interacting in your chats, and start also interacting on your Drive document, so you can on-site synchronously, make sure that that you're all interacting together, on the document. There's of course some very nice tools available which we can use again to dynamize, to make classes and sessions more interactive. Some of them are like Kahoot. The one is a screenshot in the bottom, or Menti or Miro. Kahoot we used in our international seminar. So basically you can conduct a quiz there. Students log in through their laptop or their phone, and live on site they get a timer, they put in their questions, and they will be directly ranking. And you would be surprised how engaging this seems to be, even for adults, even for executives. Sometimes people get very competitive and they really get into it. So in the seminar, after each day's sessions, we would ask them some questions about the speakers, about the speeches, and then we would have a ranking with some prizes. But you can also integrate this in your regular class. A Miro, the one on the left, is basically a platform where they can interact, similar to using Post-its on a board. They can do that virtually and live with each other. And then Menti up there again, you can use it for quizzes. You can ask them, mention, what's the first term that comes to mind when you think about digital education, and maybe they will say Zoom or anything else. So you can also try to get some feedback live. And I think this activates, interactions in classes, and it's something you can do with students in class, but you can do it also when they're online virtually, So again, many advantages here. We have, of course, technologies which are being integrated slowly but surely also into the teaching space. One of them is augmented reality. As you can see in the pictures, augmented reality, the beauty here is that it just allows you to make things palpable. As you can see in the pictures, you might have a textbook with, if it's designed for use of augmented reality, you might probably get the picture in 3D on your phone. You can actually see, if you have some special glasses, items like you see here for chemistry class. And again, I think it enhances the learning experience. It makes it more visual, and allows students and teachers, to get much more out of it, because once you add that third dimension, I think it will be very enriching for the learning experience. You have virtual reality. Here is where people will be immersed fully, so it would require a full headset. They will basically be disconnected from the world and walk through a new room. Imagine somebody maybe like an interior designer, architecture students, where they could actually design the facility and then go in with virtual reality to really see the space and see also the potential problems that it might have, in terms of the construction setting. But again, this immersive technology, yes, it requires a lot of additional resources, it requires skills, and I'll talk about that at the end. But it is something which we will see being integrated more and more into also educational settings, because I think it gives you that added touch, of immersion, and it enhances that overall learning. Holograms for teaching. Hologram technology has been growing very rapidly over the last few years. You see here a picture. Imagine medicine students. Instead of just using the cadavers, like I was a science student in my bachelor degree, so I had to do that. You can now deal with holograms. You can turn them, you can touch them, you can use human holograms. It would allow you also from a distance potentially to have this protection. You can extend this beyond medicine. Think about engineering students, maybe having an engine hologram to see, how the engine looks like without actually the need to have an engine in the room. So again, I think very enriching also for construction engineering, for architects to see, how they would developing city planning. I think the possibilities are endless there. Holograms can be extended, of course, not just to the learning, also for us as teachers, as speakers. There is already technology where instead of seeing me right now on the screen, we could have used the hologram technology, which would put me into your rooms or into your classrooms, for instance, now at the university here, where some of you are based, and I would appear as a 3-dimensional hologram in your room. It looks very futuristic, but it's already possible. Actually, for the international seminar, which we conducted last week, we explored this possibility to bring our speakers from San Francisco through a hologram technology into our rooms in Madrid. However, the technology is still relatively new, therefore it is also still very expensive. Just like any other technology, there will be economies of scale. Once it's being integrated, cost probably will go down. But to give you a figure, I think doing it for our seminar for the 5 days would have cost us roughly about 100,000 euros, which is maybe almost 50,000 Omani reals. So it is a very, very expensive technology. And there is still a high risk, that with technology issues that can arise, connection issues, that it wouldn't work that well. So we didn't want to take such a big risk for such a big amount of money. But I think with the future, with the coming of 5G, and again, I think it's something which we might be seeing. And also for keynote speakers, for instance, you can be in multiple locations in 3 dimensions, basically as a hologram. One of the areas which I'm particularly interested in is because this is in more recent years, I have focused my research mainly on the integration of robots, in particular social robots and artificial intelligence, into different marketplace settings, because I'm not a technician, I'm not an engineer, I'm a marketing professor. So I look at this more from a psychological and social perspective, what affects the integration, the social acceptance of users when we try to integrate robots or artificial intelligence into marketplace settings. And one of them is also education. You see some pictures here, mainly now for children, but you could also see it for older levels. There have been already quite a few studies showing that from an educational perspective, in particular children, respond very positively to the integration of these social robots into their learning. Why? Because they see them as a play buddy. They almost forget that they're learnings, they're going to school, so they're thinking they're playing with a robot. And these robots can be programmed to engage with them in math exercises, language exercises. They can monitor their state of learning, and there have been already positive effects on students' learning experience. Or with distance learning, for instance, also for graduations in Japan last year during the pandemic, university students were not able to go to the university to get their diplomas. So what they were doing is they had a robot on stage. The robot had a screen, and what students, they would get their turns. When their turn came up, they could project their face through their camera at home onto the robot screen, and the robot would then walk over the stage and get the diploma for the student. Obviously, it's a little bit of a publicity stunt, but nevertheless, somehow it made it a little bit more amusing and more rewarding. The students who could have been, very disappointed that they cannot go to their ceremony, they're at home, but at least they have some kind of interaction, and I think it made it a little bit more interesting for them. So I think over the next years, we will see a continuous integration of social robots into education, but also other sectors, in particular healthcare sector will be very prevalent. But I think companionship sectors, as well as, public transport, we will see more and more of these robots. But as for the case of today, because of the presentation, I wanted to give you some examples related directly to the educational setting. And coupled with social robots, there's of course also the issue of artificial intelligence. Often these robots are already equipped with artificial intelligence. It's kind of like their brain. But you also can have artificial intelligence which is not embodied, which in this case means it doesn't have a 3-dimensional space. You can have it in your computer, on your phone, some type of machine learning, and at the higher level, artificial intelligence. And it's already being used, again, in education, but I think the future will bring more and more integrations of AI. And some of the advantages that we can get out of it is that we can probably automate a lot of educational activities, sometimes marking, grading in this case of exams. Already it's being more and more automated now in the last year with online exams, which sometimes in the case, if it's a multiple choice question, it can be marked almost directly by the system. But with AI, I think this will be even more prevalent. You can think about also AI can evaluate student needs. We do that as teachers and we should continue to do that. But imagine if you have a very large pool of online students which you don't meet in person. AI can monitor maybe their progress in their online exams, etc. And depending on what they're good at, what they're bad at, we might not always have enough time as human teachers to give full attention to each individual students. We would love to, I think, all teachers, but it's just a reality when classes get very big. So AI can support us in that, to give them some specific tasks to emphasize their learning. It can outline also problems in our courses. For instance, imagine you have some assignments, you have some readings which you upload, but nobody's really engaging with those readings. Now we can manually check, for instance, on Blackboard, how many people downloaded, how long they were online. But this can be automated with artificial intelligence to give us, outputs daily, weekly, in terms of, the engagement, and tell us as teachers, okay, maybe you have to use a different type of reading, which might be more positively received by students. And as I mentioned, again, students can receive additional support. So what I want us to think, and I think one of the things I want to emphasize, I don't want us to think about robots and AI taking, jobs away. There will be jobs that will be covered in the future by these technologies. But I think the initial step is we should see them as collaborators, as enhancing the value for us as teachers and for the students. So we should be thinking about how can we use these technology power to enhance the overall learning experience and our work experience also, because we're all very, very busy, and I think we're getting more and more busy, especially this year with the changes. Many of us had to learn new skills to work in this digital space. So using technology to collaborate basically and to enhance it. And of course, also giving access to more and more students, which is one of the beauty of distance learning. You can suddenly reach people which were maybe not able geographically maybe to go to your university, to go to your classroom. So the digital space and enhanced also by artificial intelligence, I think, will give more access to students, which is the goal of education. And just to close my presentation, I have a final comments in terms of potential challenges, because yes, there's a lot of great things, a lot of advantages which are coming along with technology, but as I mentioned, one of them is it requires an investment. So depending on the resources that each organization has, they have to customize it accordingly. You can do many marvelous things, but they will cost a lot of money, and they will probably require a lot of also human resources initially, to set things up, which links to the second point, which is skill training. Again, we all differ in our degree of technology awareness. We have people which are early adopters, others are late adopters, and us as faculty, as educators, we need to make sure, that we receive adequate training, because again, we're not always trained, to use these tools. So it requires by the organization to develop these trainings. Then there is the big problem of the digital divide still. We take it for granted sometimes in developed nations that online access and access to online means and digital means is normal, but there's definitely still places where digital divide exists. Therefore, we need to make sure, that people that don't have this type of access are not being neglected and still have access to education, and perhaps also support them. So I think there should be government initiatives to support also households which might not have the financial means. We've seen it now during the pandemic, even here in Spain. You have households, let's assume if you have 3 kids, but maybe they have only 1 computer at home, or they have no computer at home. It depends often also on the job of their parents. If their parents don't work with technology, maybe there's no computer at home, or even the parents might not be able to help their children, especially younger children. So we need to make sure that the digital divide is not affecting the learning experience too much. And the final point, of course, social interaction. It is difficult to replicate the social interaction. I still prefer to go into a classroom and teach my students and act with my students and do a joke with my students and have that social interaction with them, or meet my colleagues and have a coffee with them and talk about our work. It's not the same doing things virtually. Nevertheless, as I said, tools are helping us to make social interaction better and better. So I think we need to try to leverage the use of technologies to make this as good as possible. And again, these are challenges that we cannot neglect, and I think are things which are quite important. So, as I mentioned, in my case, I'm looking more at the issue of robots and AI in education. But just like most of you, I've been dealing with the digital evolution of teaching in the last year in particular. So I hope I could share something with you. I'm aware in particular that in Oman, also speaking with my colleagues there and friends, that things have moved very heavily to digital in the last space, and also you have this great initiative of Oman 2040, which is trying to revolutionize the country in a lot of different sectors, and in terms of improving the well-being of the citizens and the position of the country, in a lot of leading sectors. So again, who knows? I hope that, although today you saw me virtually, I hope that in the near future I will have an opportunity to meet some of you across the globe, but in particular also to visit Oman, and maybe in the future give a presentation there in person. And who knows, maybe I can even help to contribute in some way or another to the development there with my humble knowledge. So I want to thank you again for your time, and I would like to leave it now if you have any questions towards the end. So I thought hopefully you find the presentation useful.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Hector Gonzalez, for such an insightful presentation. I'm sure that everyone would agree that we gained a lot, and I'd be grateful if everyone could just throw in their questions, comments, emojis, smileys, anything into the chat box, please. Thank you. And we hope that we can host you here in person, Dr. Gonzalez.
I hope so.
We look forward to that. How's the weather in Spain today?
Well, it's still quite early here. We are 2 hours behind Oman, so it's a little bit difficult to predict. And the sun is just coming out right now. But it looks cloudy actually. So Spain is not always sunny. In April, we still get a little bit of rain in the winter. It's not as sunny as Oman, I would say, but
well, guess
we're roughly at 20 degrees.
Wow, we had some rain yesterday and today.
Oh wow! So there you go.
So there you go. Weather is unpredictable, even here it seems. Okay, lovely. Right, does anyone have any questions? Feel free to open your mic or post your questions into the chat box, and we'll be really, really grateful if Dr. Gonzalez could address and answer your questions.
So how should we do it? Will you tell me any specific questions, or should I go through the chat?
Yes, I think we'll have a look at the chat, if anyone's got anything there. So far, we're just getting a lot of thumbs up for you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really liked how you talked about encouraging students to open cameras, which I would think is our challenge. It's a challenge for most teachers here. Students are not always looking forward to that. I don't know how you managed to do it, but I think it's a war that everyone is losing. And I also saw where you talked about the digital divide. And I would like to know what you have done on your side to ensure that the digital divide does not negatively impact on learning. Because depending on where you are, you will find that in most cases it's a serious issue. So maybe you can hint on that. The first one, how do you encourage students to maybe have more students opening cameras, and also on the digital divide? Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So for the first one, it is still a struggle for us as well. So many students, I teach mostly master students, but they're still relatively young. They're 22, 23 on average. And yes, we tell them they should turn the camera on just to have a better interaction and also to make sure that they're there. Nevertheless, it doesn't always work. So one way still, unfortunately, has been forcing them, kind of like, if you want your attendance to count, you need to have your camera open. Otherwise your attendance will not count in class. So it's maybe not the most fortunate approach, but it's one of the approaches that has been working. You see it a little bit more. Obviously, as the professor, you should have your camera open just to set the example. But we still have been struggling maybe with half of the students not wanting to open their camera. So one of the ways has been forcing. In the international seminar, we did it in a more playful manner, because we did during the week a competition, so they could win some prizes, but this was just linked for the seminar. In regular class we wouldn't do that, and they would get points if they ask questions, they would get points if they're logged on, and they would get points if they have their camera open. So that was encouraging them also. But my initial point is, yes, you have to link it, I think, to attendance. Like I said, if your camera is not open, you wouldn't get registered for attendance. Some students will still say, well, I have some problems with my connectivity, etc., but at least they would have to justify it. So if you make it a little bit harder for them not to open them, I think you increase the chances, that they will open them. Again, it's not a perfect solution, and I don't have a final solution, but that seems to be helping. The second point, the digital divide, I have to confess, I'm in a lucky situation in terms of our students. All of our students, I think, are very digital. They come also, I would say, on average from socioeconomic backgrounds, which are at least upper middle class, or rather upper class. I'm at a private institution where tuition fees are on the higher side. So because of demographics, our students don't have that hardship where they wouldn't have technology. Sure, some of them are more open towards technology than others, but I didn't encounter any of my students which wouldn't have access to a laptop or a tablet, so they could all attend classes. I've seen it a little bit more in the environment, in particular, with younger children now, and like I said, with families here in Spain during the pandemic, where suddenly kids had to take classes from home, and some of their parents, like I said, didn't have computers. And the solution here is some teachers have been very proactive in terms of actually sending them paper versions, or in villages I've seen people actually going to them to the school, where they have still giving them the opportunity that they, instead of doing it online, they could still do things on paper, and they would have to collect the materials on a daily basis. So it's a lot of extra work, but that has been one step that people have taken. And if there were resources from the government, sometimes the government has provided programs where, they would give them a laptop. Some schools, have been able to send laptops or tablets to some of the students, to households in needs, through special schemes. But it doesn't solve the full problem of the digital divide. I think it's just a little patch. So can we solve it completely? Probably not, but it's something I think we have to step by step at least try to improve, that more and more people get access to it, because the movement is definitely going into digital. So, but again, it will differ greatly on the location.
Thank you very much for answering that question comprehensively. Thank you. Doctor, we have a question. How might we design online learning experiences that allow students to own and drive their own time and schedule and learn at their own pace? I guess this relates with asynchronous, and that's from Johnny.
Okay, so thank you for the question. So yes, this is something that we have integrated in our teaching model in the last year, and exactly one of it is the asynchronous teaching. So for instance, we used to have for a class, giving you an example, 3 hours of class per week for one particular course. So what we have done is because also of social distancing, to have smaller groups, we have moved smaller groups into 1.5 hour sessions in class, in person, because we were allowed to be in class with social distancing. And then the rest of the materials, which they would cover, potentially the theoretical materials, they would be posted asynchronously, basically online, but not in a live setting. You would give them videos. We recorded videos. We found videos on that particular topic. We found key readings. We designed some PowerPoint, which the students could engage with at their own pace during that week. So basically, they would work on those on their own pace during the week, and then they would come to class in these more concentrated sessions, which we would use much more for discussion of the learnings. So instead of going over all the concepts step by step with the students would prepare on those concepts by themselves, by sharing with them the materials online. And then with the less time, the more concentrated time would be used in class, to talk with them directly. This again requires a little bit of a redesign of the materials and using very interactive materials, which, enable them not to get bored, not just, okay, here's a book or here's a reading. So it required, again, us to record some videos. It required us to find interactive videos. But I think this combination works quite well of asynchronous with synchronous learning.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hector. And we have another one here from Zeb. The productive skills in language teaching is a bit challenging, especially when the students are involved in writing an essay as classwork if their cameras are not on. So in such a case, what would be the best advice you would give to ensure their participation and integrity?
So I'm sorry if I'm not sure if I understood. Do you mean for exams or just when they work on class?
Yeah, I think it would relate with assessments because they're talking about the integrity part.
Yes.
So yeah. So.
Assessments have been very challenging for us as well. So there's different tools which you can use. And for instance, if they have to write essays, they would submit them. Obviously, there is the risk that somebody else writes them for them, but that happens just with any assignments, even before this online teaching. If they can work on the assignment at home and not in class, people can write for them. In regular tests, what we've done is we've given them online tests, but we're giving them very limited time because obviously they can open their browsers and have information at their home. We also had monitoring through their webcam. So I've seen a comment there that in some countries it's not legal to force people to open the cameras. Of course, that's an additional restriction. In our case, it was okay. So we had people monitoring them while they're taking the exam through the cameras, so to make sure that they don't have books lying next to them. But of course, they might have the PowerPoint open on their screen. That can be an issue. So because you just see their eyes, they might be looking.
Yeah,
so
we're still working on that, I guess.
There is a technology which is a lockdown browser which can be used to assure that they can only open the tab which is the online exam, so they cannot open anything else on their screen. Nevertheless, we've tried that. It created technical problems. Sometimes it would make students' screen freeze or break. So technology is not perfect. So in the end, we didn't use it, and we had to use the monitoring through the camera. Giving them reduced time so they don't really have time to look for answers if they really don't know it. And we've moved actually quite a bit also to essay format, where they have to write a critical essay, for instance, in some assignments, and then submit it within a particular time frame. So, for instance, the assignment is released at a particular time. Let's say tomorrow, 12 o'clock, you have access, you will see the assignment, and within 2 hours, you have to upload it. Therefore, avoiding that, they find somebody to write it for them, and so they have only 1 or 2 hours. They don't know the topic before that. They write it, and then they have to upload it immediately into Blackboard, for instance.
So
there's some ways.
Limiting their opportunities, should we say? It's all trial and error. Well,
they're very smart. They're very smart, and so sorry. And they use chats even to communicate with each other during exams, because we caught some, but.
We're all living and learning throughout. And I just like to say on that note, thank you very much indeed. It's very much a trial and error situation.
Absolutely.
And once again, we're really, really grateful for your participation. You've raised some really interesting points about real life scenarios that we're all encountering, no doubt. And thanks to everyone who helped to make this presentation possible. Thank you to the attendees. Thank you once again, Dr. Hector Gonzalez. Inshallah, we look forward to welcoming you in person.
I hope so.
We all pray for this COVID to be history very soon.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much indeed.
And all the best with the rest of the seminar.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that we have another session following up straight after this one. So if you would allow me to share my screen. We have our concurrent sessions going on, so we'll be having 2 sessions after this one. Hold on, am I not sharing it yet? Oops. Yes, I'm just going to give some information about our follow-up sessions that we're going to be having next. I'd like to open the
seminar page.
The seminar page, yes.
Okay.
Oh, you can see my screen. Okay. Here.
The schedule.
Yes. So if you go to this schedule, you'll find Dr. Moza Hamdan will be starting her presentation literally when I stop talking, and Dr. Rashida Iqbal And then we have another two at 11:15. Dr. Sadiqa and Dr. Gada, and then finally we'll wrap up at 12 o'clock, 12 to 1 with Peter and Matthew. So ladies and gentlemen, please go and join the presentation of your choice by clicking onto the link here. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I just need to...
He'll fix the laptop now.
مال كلبح يا
I don't know about their policy or their plan. So anyone here from Shinas College?
Yes, Dr. Mauza, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, just wait for 1 minute, okay? Somebody will be here shortly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
morning. Hello? Yes.
Hello there. Assalamu alaikum, doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Very clear. Hello?
Sorry, I'm sorry about that. You can hear me now. We had a bit of a problem with the mic. You can hear me now, right?
Yes, yes, clearly.
Okay, lovely. Just get started.
I think, yeah, it's already 27 past 10.
Yes. Okay, I'm just going to start the recording. Right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce today's presenter. We have Dr. Moza Hamdan Hassan Al-Maqbali. Dr. Moza is an English teacher trainer working in the Ministry of Education in Oman. Before becoming a teacher trainer, Moza worked as an English teacher for students of different ages for 6 years. She's also worked as a part-time teacher at some higher education institutions in Oman. She has a bachelor degree of English language from SQU, master's degree in TESOL from Manchester University. She has recently got her PhD from the University of Exeter in the UK. Her thesis investigated the current reality of gifted education. Dr. Moza, it's a real pleasure to have you with us today. And I'd like to ask you, would you prefer to have your questions after the presentation or during?
Okay, thank you. I think it's better to leave the question at the end of the sessions, but the session will be interactive. That means sometimes I will ask the participants to work with me. But
okay. Right. So today's presentation will be about
communicative online reading lesson. Hello?
Okay.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. Okay, so Dr. Moza, would you like to start? Communicative online reading lesson. The floor is yours. And ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Moza.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation, and I hope you will find some ideas useful to your teaching, inshallah. Just before we start, I want to say that as my presentation or my session is about communicative online reading, sometimes I will try to make the session communicative as well by getting you to work on some of the tasks. The first thing I'd like to start with is to ask you about the challenges you are facing as English teachers in general. So may I ask you to post any ideas, any challenges you are facing in the chat area? And let us see.
Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to open your mic or you can post your comments in the chat box.
I prefer this task to be done through the chat box, so I want to see as many as possible posting their challenges in the chat area. So what are the challenges you are facing? Internet issues, lower learner, how to deal with them, and students not paying attention. Good. No responses from students, of course. Slow readers, if my students are actually doing the task. Slower reading pace. So the majority so far are talking about slow reading pace and slower reader. And difficult to read aloud. Academic integrity. exams and tests. So these are, in general, claim to hate reading. They say it frankly, yeah? Time management as well. So, long reading, vocabulary explanation, passive students. Let us see more these ideas. Yeah, the parents do or did answer the exams for the students, and many people are complaining about this. Teachers are complaining about it, parents are happy about it. Yes. Okay, good. So, most of your challenges are around students' involvement, students doing the tasks themselves, not their parents, passive students, and one of you here said, one of you said, slow reading pace. Okay, students are not paying attention. So all these challenges are related to the idea of engagement. Students are not engaged in the classroom. In general, in all, I think these are the challenges of all teachers, not only English teachers. So students are not engaged, students are not paying attention, students are reading slowly. So if we come to define engagement, okay, what is engagement? I want you to, or something, yeah? I want you to go to menti.com. I'm not sure if you are familiar with Mentimeter. I want you to go to Menti and here I posted you a link to menti.com. So I would like you to go to this link. Good. Yeah, I expect most of you are familiar with Mentimeter. So I want you to go to this link I posted in the chat area, and you will find the code there. Look into the task, and I want you to write any 2 words that you think engagement is, or to define engagement. Just post 2 words. I wonder if you managed to.
Dr. Moser, most of us are familiar with
Okay.
Mentimeter, so I hope we'll get some responses.
Well, most of them are familiar? You think, hello?
Yes, definitely from our university. We've used it
Okay.
actively in other presentations,
Yes.
Hopefully we'll get some responses for you, Doctor.
Good. I'm trying to. I will post you the code in the chat area as well. So. So try this code, 3299-9994, and let me know you are there.
For those of you who are not familiar, you click the link that Dr. Moser has shared earlier, and you enter enter this code, and the next part will be very easy and interactive for you.
So there you will find 2 words to define engagement. And I will start sharing your posts with the, good. I started to get some answers here. Let me share. So I will stop the PowerPoint for a moment. Yeah. Good. I started to get participation, interest, attention, teamwork, active or lively. Okay, God is great. Okay, students, of course, engagement involves students as well. Interaction, good, interaction. Involvement, a big word, involvement. Participate as a verb here. Group work. I don't know what they mean by good luck, but yeah, okay, good luck. Yeah. Group work again. Tasks, yeah. Engagement means having tasks to work on. Interaction. Okay, good. You can keep on. Thank you for your participations. And I'm just trying to go back to my PowerPoint here. Yes, actually you mentioned most of the ideas I included in my in my definition. So engagement, it concerns active participation, and many of you mentioned participation and involvement in certain behaviors. And in the case of students' engagement, it means their involvement or engagement or their participation in school-related activities and in academic tasks. But actually sometimes, I mean, especially with the online reading, it might be difficult to judge students' involvement because you can't see the students working. So how can we know that students are working, are really working on what or on reading or on what the teacher asked them to do? When thinking about engagement, actually, we don't only think about what we can see or what we can hear. We need to think of engagement in terms of 3 levels. What are these levels? It's the behavioral engagement, okay? And this is through the behaviors students show either in the traditional classroom or in the online classrooms. That means we need to make sure that they are on the task. Students are there. You need to check from time to time that they are there and they are doing the task. And also emotional engagement. We need to check students' engagement in terms of their emotions. Are they enjoying what they are doing? Do they like it or not? Of course, you need there to use different activities to assess or judge these types of engagement. Also, cognitive involvement or engagement. It's a psychological state where students put in a lot of effort to understand a topic. And as teachers, I think it's easier. It's not easier. It's possible for you to assist if students are putting effort, if students are working hard on the task you are giving them. So, how is engagement represented in online classroom? It's through their interactivity and involvement of students within a lesson, which can be achieved through communication or through the communicative task you design for students. May I ask you here this question: how an online reading lesson differs from a face-to-face reading lesson? Again, I'll ask you here to go to the chat box and post some of your thoughts about this question, how they are different. Or how they are similar. You want also to answer it in the opposite way. Yeah, you can do more easily, or it's easily checked that they are on task. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. It's easier to check that because they are in front of you. You can see them working, reading, doing. Okay. So reading from the paper book is easier than reading from the iPad or from their laptops. Thank you, thank you. Very difficult to measure students' cognitive engagement in online reading. Actually, you are right. But hopefully through this through this session today, you might get some ideas on how to assess and how to follow up our students' engagement. Here for this question, I will show you 5 statements. Yes, and I want you to think about these statements. Are they true or false? You can post your answers also in the chat box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in front of each, you can write T or F, true or false. So you shouldn't ever do a reading lesson in an online class. Is that true or false? And I'll give you 1 to 2 minutes to think about these statements. And if you wish, if you want to post your answers, you can in the chat box. The structure of a reading lesson is different in an online lesson. And if the lesson focuses reading for specific information, the learner can do the reading in the class. If this is detailed information or understanding, the learner can do the reading as homework. When learner read the text for homework, the next lesson can focus on checking learners' understanding. Okay. Okay, thank you, Omnia. And thank you. Sorry, I found some names are difficult to read. But anyway, thank you for your active participation. Okay. And Josephine, thank you. Lucy, thank you all. Kasit, thank you. And Sosen, thank you. Thank you very much. Here, I show you the answers, and in the next slide, and as we show the answers, we'll try to stop and think about each statement. Okay, so you don't, or you shouldn't ever do a reading lesson in online class? Actually, yeah, most of you said that false. Of course, we need to do reading. It's one of the basic and essential skills to help students develop their English. But here it depends on the focus of the lesson and which reading skill is being practiced. Okay? Sorry. Yeah. The structure of a reading lesson is different in an online lesson. Some of you here said false and some of you said true. Actually, it's false. It's not different. It's the same. We usually start with pre, during, and post. But maybe the key difference is whether the reading is done in class or for homework. And so if I'm going to do it in class, okay, am I going to do all the steps, all the 3 stages in class? Or can I give or get students to do some of the reading at home and they come to the class for further reading and for further activities? If the lesson focus is reading for specific information, the learner can do the reading in the class. Good. So here, if you want to practice with the students specific reading skills, okay, like for example, referencing, like finding vocabularies or something, this specific information, then it's better to do the whole thing. You want to develop these skills within the students, then it's better to do the whole reading lesson in class. If the lesson focus is reading for detailed information and understanding, the learner can do the reading as homework. And here is true. If you want, for example, to do some further activities, some communicative activities, examples, we are going to look at some examples later in this session. So you might ask students to read the text, okay, at home, and then they come ready for the activities you want to do with them. And when learners read a text for homework, the next session can focus on checking learners' understanding and follow-up tasks. Of course, this is true. Sometimes I find it difficult to move the PowerPoint. Actually, with the start of online teaching in these 2 years, the idea of flipped classroom or flipping classroom has come to the stage. So what is a flipped lesson? What is a flipped lesson? Any idea about, have you heard this concept or this term, flipping or flipped classroom or flipped lesson? Have you come across this idea? Yes. Would you please, Lucy, would you please write some ideas on this one, on this task? What you know about it? Yes, yes. So the majority said yes. That means yeah. So it's a common term, and it means that flipping a lesson, we mean asking students to read the text before the lesson. Here I'm talking about reading lesson specifically. So a flipped reading lesson means you get students to do the reading at home, outside the classroom, and they come ready for the rest of the lesson, where you can do lots of activities with them. This is because the actual act of reading can be time consuming, and there are more beneficial ways to spend a lesson. So, sorry for that, but I don't know why it's difficult to move the slides. So this is the definition. So what are the benefits? What are the benefits of flipping a lesson? Actually, there are many benefits, and one, let me share them with you. Flipping an online reading lesson provides more personalized learning experience. As we know, all students read at different speeds, and in a lesson environment, everyone is expected to read roughly at the same time. But that's not realistic, actually. Why? Because some will finish quickly and some will finish much slower, meaning not every student is being catered for. So by reading at home, students can spend as long as or as little as they like. If they want to look up lots of words, they can without fear of slowing the class down. They can also reread as many times as they like. So that's personalized learning. So they read it according to their abilities in their free time at home. And also, flipping an online reading lesson facilitates differentiation in the class. It helps the teachers to facilitate and to do lots of differentiation in the class according to their abilities. And it increases learners' autonomy and independence. And of course, as I said, it allows it allows teachers to be more flexible. So flexible with creating and designing more creative tasks to follow up the reading that students have done at home. And also it allows for more communication-rich classes. And I think as teachers, this is what we are looking at. This is what we are aiming for. We want to create more communication in our classes. So flipping classroom can help us on that. But here we need to think about certain factors. What factors that we need to take into consideration when we come to think about whether to flip or not to flip? What are the factors that I need to think about, I need to consider? Should I flip this text? Shall I flip in this lesson or not? Actually, this depends on a number of factors. And one of these factors is the age of the students. As I think most of you will agree with me that flipping works better with older students. I don't expect grade 4 or 5 students to be, or teachers to be able to flip their lessons with the young learners. But I think since most of you are teaching at higher institutions, this can work more effectively. Also the level of the students. And this, you as teachers, you can decide whether flipping this lesson will work with my students or not. Flipping works better with higher level in general, as they have appropriate level of English to complete independently. And also amount of teacher support needed. As teacher, you decide if sometimes maybe you have 2 or 3 classes, okay? You might decide whether I can flip this reading lesson with this class, but not with that class, depending on how, or first of all, level of the students and the amount of support they need. You decide if this class can work without me or not. And also the lesson focus. If developing and practicing a specific reading strategy, then it's better to do the whole lesson in a class rather than getting students to do some or to do the reading at home. So you decide based on the reading lesson what strategy you want to develop. Is it the specific skills, the specific reading skills, or just you want to practice, or you want to design communicative tasks? So in this case, if you are planning to design a communicative or to practice communicative tasks with the students, then you might get them to read the text at home. They come ready next day for the activities you design. And of course, the length of the text is another factor that you need to consider. So maybe with the short text, you don't need to flip. But anyone would like to say something here? But if you have long text, then in this case you might prefer to give the text one day before to the students to read at home. and also the length of the lesson. So it depends. Maybe, for example, at schools we have like 1 hour with the online teaching. These days it's 1 hour, but with the normal teaching or the traditional teaching, they have 40 minutes. So it depends on you how long your lesson is. If you feel that you can do this reading in that 40 minutes on that 1 minute, that 1 hour, then you might give or not give the text for students to read. Yeah. There is someone wants to say something here. Okay. How lesson time is spent and motivation of the students. You know your students, and you can decide if they would like or if they will do the reading actually or not. So what can we move outside the classroom? Okay, what things we can do outside the classroom and what things we have to do in the classroom. The answer is any content that require less cognitive load on the student's part, those structures that involve only the lower level of Bloom's taxonomy. And I think as teachers, most of you are familiar also with the Bloom's taxonomy. So maybe the remembering and understanding activities, okay, better to assign as homework or to get students to prepare or to do before the lesson with the reading text. Okay, so you give them the reading text and you give them the questions, the remembering and understanding questions. So in case of reading, we might think of comprehension questions and vocabulary activities. Maybe we can place them at the understanding and the remembering level. So these two examples might be given as homework. So if we are going or if we are doing basic comprehension and detailed reading at home, what can then be done in the classroom, in online classroom? If we agree that this kind of questions, reading questions, the understanding and remembering can be done at homework or as homework, then what can I do as a teacher in the classroom? We can check students' understanding by doing quizzes with them on the text delivered through programs like Kahoot, Socrative, and quizzes or Wordwall, these kind of apps. Yes, okay, you give them the activities to do at home, but on the next day, you need to check if students have read the text and if they have done the activities. So you might start your lesson, your reading lesson, with a quick 5 minutes questions using one of these apps. And this can be considered as only an entry ticket to the lesson, the Kahoot or the Wordwall activities. What then can be done in my online class if I'm going to do the comprehension and the vocabulary as homework? What can I do in the class? Actually, the question or the answer is here. You can think about communicative and collaborative tasks. If you want really to develop the reading, not the behavioral reading, I mean just the behavior of reading. No, you want to practice the skills of reading. You want students you want to check if students have touched the sense of reading. You can develop, or you need to develop, communicative, collaborative tasks. And in this session, I'm going to, if time allows me, I'm going to give examples or to suggest actually, because some of you might say, oh, this won't work with me, but that worked. So I'm going to suggest examples of activities, and you then decide based on the factors I mentioned before, whether to take these activities and try out or not. One of the tasks can be the summary tasks. And a really simple task, instead of doing a quiz, would be to pair students up and ask them to tell and summarize what the article was about. Remember, students have read or students read the text at home. And now you are starting a new lesson. So you started with a Kahoot or with Socrative or with word wall activity, and if you finished that. So you want to move to more deeper task. Or you can start with summary tasks. And again, the summary task is still not that communicative, but it's a simple task. You might start your lesson with just to check that students understood the article you give. But it doesn't, as I said, it doesn't really get students interacting or making a connection with the text. Rather, it just tests their ability to remember. You want to check if they remember what they read or not. And with the appearance of breakout rooms these days in the platforms, this can be done through the breakout rooms. So we need activities that connect them, that personalize it. I mean, that connect students to the text they read and personalize the text as much as possible. What are these activities? The first example or the first activity you can think about is the why or the 3 whys activities. And here are the 3 whys. Have a minute to read them. So why might this topic or question matter to me? Why might it matter to people around me? Why might it matter to the world? So get students to think about these questions in relation to the text they read. Why? Actually, the purpose of the 3 whys is to invite learners to move step by step across personal and local spheres. This routine encourages students to develop intrinsic motivation to investigate a topic by uncovering the significance of the topic in multiple contexts. So it's to raise and to push students to read for a purpose. They know that the teacher will ask them about, or the teacher wants them to go beyond or beneath the service and think about the text in relation to them. Another task you might apply with the students or implement with the students is to stop, think, and discuss. And here you decide on the way you will get students to, what tool you are going to use. Are they going to use the chat area or the chat box, the group channels if you are using Teams? Are you going to pair them up in through the breakout rooms? So you decide. But the idea is to get them to stop and think and discuss these questions. So by asking these questions, actually we are asking students for their opinion. Again, it's the idea of personalizing the text for them. And they have to make connections and explain them, why they feel like that, why they think that. For these questions, I don't need to tell you that there is no actually right or wrong answers. It's based purely on opinion, and everyone will have different opinion. Such a task is very effective in creating communication among students. And it helps students to reflect on what they have read, and they interact with each other at more personal level. And we know that reflection is very hot topic these days in our teaching. Another example is this one, 3, 2, 1. What is it? After they read the text, after you get them to read the text at home, okay, you get them to think about these 3 questions. So 3 things you learned, and 2 things you still want to know to find more about. and one thing you would like to face check. And with regard to this question, there is flexibility. How? You might ask them 3 new words you learned. You might ask your students 3 new words you learned, 2 emotions you felt as you read it, surprised, interested, shocked, bored, whatever emotions they feel about the text. So one thing you already knew, or one thing that you made you stop and think about this kind, and you need to be creative with these questions, 3, 2, 1, and manipulate and modify them according to your thoughts and your students. Here also another example, or another task you might do. It's called the 4 C's. The 4 C's. And what are these C's? The connection. So what connection do you draw between the text and your own life or other learning? And challenges. What ideas, positions, assumptions do you want to challenge or argue with the text? Or concepts. What concepts or key ideas do you think are important and are worth holding from the text? And it changes. What changes in attitudes, thinking, or actions are suggested by the text, either for you or others. Of course, this task is called the 4 C's, but that doesn't mean that if you decide to try out this task, you need to go for the 4 C's. Maybe for one session you can start connection, you can try connections and changes, or you might decide to try out one of these C's. And if your students are of higher level, you might go for the 4. So it depends again on the factors listed before: the age, the level, the length of the lesson, and the length of the text. So you decide what concept what word, what concept, what C you will go for. Here is another example or another task. So here is a text about this lady. She's called Hayat Sandi. So you get them to read the text at home, and during the lesson, you pair them, or you get them to work in groups and design or write up questions to ask Hayat for an interview questions. What question would you like to ask her? And here you might go for a show, for a TV program. Let them imagine that they will be presenting a TV program, interviewing Hayat, and you need to write questions, 4 or 5 questions, whatever questions you want to ask her during the interview. Contextualize it. Also, newspaper rewrite. This is a newspaper article. Okay, again, pair them or get them to work in groups and ask them to squeeze the article into 150 words according to the level of your students, 150 words, 100 words, 200 words, whatever you decide. The idea is just to make them summarize the text as much as they can. So what can I do in my online reading classes? So these are the activities, suggested activities. I will try to hurry up because I think I ran out of time. But in addition to these activities, these communicative activities, okay, also you need to practice specific reading skills, okay? So in addition to communication and interactive skills, you need also to consider the specific reading skills, and you work on them, you help students develop them. Though I think through these communicative tasks I suggested or I presented you with, you are actually developing these skills like skimming and scanning. You can't get them summarize the text without them skimming and scanning without understanding. So by doing these tasks, you are also developing other specific skills, summarizing, inferencing.
Dr. Moza, sorry to interrupt. We have just a few more minutes before the starting of our next.
I'm finishing.
Thank you very much. Please, guys, post your questions if you have any questions for Dr. Moza. Thank you.
You can start writing the questions in the box area or in the chat area. Synthesizing, note-taking, recognizing collocations. So, yes, some of these skills you will be practicing as you are applying the communicative tasks. And some of these skills you will need to design. You will need to create extra activities, maybe, as you said, at the remembering and understanding level, to practice during the class with the students. So remember, the same basic principles for face-to-face teaching also apply to online learning. And reading doesn't have to just be reading. Think about your lesson goals. Should you flip or not you flip? You need to think about all these as you prepare, and make lessons as communicative and interactive as possible to maintain engagement. Engagement is what we are looking for during our teaching. And thank you for your listening. I hope my presentation was clear enough. And if you have any question, I will go back to the chat.
Can you try to talk here?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, do you have questions?
Yes, here Mohammed asked a question.
Okay.
How can we involve?
Okay.
How can we involve all students in these activities online? Well, good question, Mohammed. Actually, I think if we think about traditional teaching, I think it's difficult also to make sure that all students, they are in front of you, they are doing, but they are working on a different level. It's the same with the online teaching, I think. Yes, you pair, you use the apps, you pair them in the breakout rooms, you get them to work either in the breakout rooms or in the channels, okay? And you need to follow, you need to get, I found actually from my own teaching, I found that picking names from time to time is very useful. So students are ready. They know that the teacher will ask them to answer and participate at any time. And also I think from my experience with online teaching, the activities you are using as teachers determine whether your students will be involved or not, whether they will enjoy, based on your knowledge about your students. So you need to think about the activities, okay, and how to make them communicative, how to make them engaging as much as possible. And still, I would say that whatever you do, you can't make sure that 100% that all of them are there, all of them are participating. How to correct their writing essay. Actually, though, my session is not about writing. Not about writing. But yeah, I think it's difficult even with writing. Giving feedback. Yeah, with giving feedback. So there are different ways, different tools. Though I haven't worked with writing, but I think you can look for tools that you can. Yeah.
My dear, thank you so much. I think, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're kind of running out of time now. I'd like to end with that last comment from Mr. Basit. In the midst of pains and miseries, but with our chins up, we teachers live as a brave community. Thank you, Dr. Moza Hamdan, for such an insightful session.
Thank you.
No, communicative online reading lesson.
You are
Yes.
Radwana, right?
Yes,
I have
correct.
I have just got your name, by the way. Thank you, Radwana, for giving me this opportunity to present my thoughts on reading.
No,
Thank you.
pleasure is all ours. I think our attendees will agree that was such an insightful presentation. You've raised some really interesting points on levels of engagement, and particularly about including emotional engagement, which is probably a concept that a lot of us can work on. And thank you very much indeed for all sharing all those wonderful concepts with us. The 3 whys, the 3 to 1, they're definitely new to me. So really, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch your presentation today, and it's been an absolute pleasure for your participation. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Enjoy the rest of the conference or symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance. Thank you to everyone who made this presentation possible. And I've already shared the link here in the chat. You could go and access it now. And inshallah, Doctor, we hope to see you in the near future in person.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
God
Bye.
bless you. Oh, sorry, I meant to ask you, how are you feeling now? Because I know you weren't too well. I wanted to mention that.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. We passed the critical time. It was Corona, by the way. Alhamdulillah. I got back to my work 2 days ago, and I'm happy that I managed to present the session, because I was afraid that I won't. Thank you.
Oh dear, no, we really appreciate that in spite of ill health, you still managed to do such an excellent presentation for us. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. See you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 sessions going on, so please feel free to join the link I've shared or the other one. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. This was such a nice.
The slides were amazing, weren't they? Okay, let me get on to something.
So now it's Gada and
Sadiqa. Right, let's get the Dr. Sadiqa. Right. Do you want to do the introduction? Come on, you. Let me pass you over. Hold on. I'll just say hello, and then I'll hand over to my colleague.
Oh wow.
All right.
Can you try to talk here?
From here?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just join her.
Let's point your head.
Hello, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, everybody else can hear you.
I don't know if they can. Okay, hold on. Is it? Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And if you've just joined us, welcome to you. Can you hear me? I'd appreciate if you could just send a thumbs up in the chat.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Has he joined?
Has Sadiqa joined?
Dr. Sadiqa, are you here?
Dr. Sadiqa, are you there? Dr. Sadiqa?
Yeah, there she is.
Right, lovely. Okay. So, Dr. Sadiqa, if you could please open your camera. We just want to make sure that everything is fine.
Can I check something?
Yeah, sure. Got them. Here. Ah, yes. Here we are. Right. Dr. Sadiqa, could you unmute your mic? I think your mic's mute at the moment.
Hi, Razwana.
Hello there and welcome. Welcome to our seminar. Lovely to see you.
Thank you very Thank you, dear.
Thank you very much. And
Lovely to see you.
thank you. And sorry about the slight delay. We kind of went over time a little bit. Okay. Let me start recording. I'm recording it from here as well. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Siddiqa will be presenting in the next 2 minutes. I'd like to ask my colleague, Ms. Preeta, to welcome our presenter.
Good morning, the participants. Good morning, presenter Dr. Siddiqa. A warm welcome from Utashinas. Welcome, Siddiqa. To give you a brief about Dr. Siddiqa, she has a PhD in teaching English as a second language from University Putra, Malaysia. She holds Cambridge Delta Module 2 and a certified IELTS trainer from IDP Australia. She's an experienced EFL instructor with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry. She has been teaching English for over 12 years at different language proficiency levels in various language schools and universities in Iran and Malaysia. Her primary research interests concern EFL writing, CAL, computer-assisted language learning, corpus linguistics, reading, critical thinking. She has published some research articles in her areas of interest in local and international journals. As an EFL teacher, she is enthusiastic, flexible, highly responsible, and able to motivate and inspire students. With this short introduction, the forum is open for Dr. Siddiqa. Welcome once again, Siddiqa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The session is open for you.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hi, everybody.
Dr. Siddiqa, sorry to interrupt you. Would you like to be interactive, or would you keep all the questions towards the end? What would you prefer?
I would like to be interactive if it's possible.
All right. So, dear participants, please interact with Ms. Dr. Siddiqa. And yeah, it's for you.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello everybody. It's my great pleasure to see you all today. I would like to thank you, the seminar organizers from Chinats University. It's my great pleasure to be with you all today. So today we are going to discuss some ideas about how to assess the students online, students writing online. And okay, today we will be looking or considering these objectives, approaches to teaching writing, the purposes of assessment, the concept of reliability and validity in assessment, 3 different approaches to the scoring of writing tests, challenges of assessing online, and how to give feedback to online learners, digital tools for giving automatic feedback online to online students and learners. So first we go, what is writing? Writing is a social act, socially and culturally shaped. And the purpose of writing is defined by the context. This means that features of the text may differ according to purpose. So it depends, or do we write email, or do we write an article? So the purpose of writing is very important. And another definition is encoding internal representation into written text. Okay, so let's move on. Approaches to teaching writing. I would like to ask you, do you know what are the, I'm sure you know about this, approaches to teaching writing. May I know 2 approaches that you're using to teach writing?
Again, the question, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but can you say the question again.
Yes, sure. Would you please tell me what are the two approaches to teaching writing?
Dr. Siddiqa, is it about inductive and deductive teaching methods, approaches?
No, actually, approaches you are using to teach writing, you know. So the methods, actually, we have two major methods to teaching writing.
Those are the methods, yes. Okay.
So any ideas?
Actually, there are more than one, but the name is not ready with my mind. One is due to, follow-up call or give example to the students, and I couldn't remember the name exactly. So you are giving example to the students and then ask them to write similar to it, or you, for example, give gaps in model. It's called, I think, model writing or something like that.
Okay, thank you very much for the feedback. Actually, we have two major approaches to teaching writing. The first one is product approach that our friend recently talked about it. So we give model text to students, and we highlight some areas that we're gonna teach. For example, we want to teach them about the linkers and cohesive devices in writing, and then we give them controlled practice of highlighted features, for example, like gap fill activities. And then ideas are then organized into logical structure using the model text as a guide. So then students are given a similar task to the model text and use the structure they have studied to produce their own text. Okay, so let's go to next approach, process approach. Mostly teachers, they use product approach for teaching writing, but what about process writing? Ideas are generated through discussion or brainstorming, such as, for example, the topic is benefits of mobile technology, what makes a good teacher, for example, these are the topics. And we put the students in group to discuss about the topic and come up with some language and useful expression and useful ideas. Actually, we brainstorm the ideas, and a student organize idea into a mind map and or linear form. Then students write first draft of the writing, and draft are exchange, and other students read and comment on them, like peer assessment, and draft again are written and students edit the work, and final draft are then read and students may write a response. Okay, so as you see, this is the process of process writing teaching. So we go through pre-writing first, then writing and revision, and then editing, and we come up with a final version of writing. So which writing approach is suitable for teaching online learners? So I want you to let me know which one is better to teach online learners, because as you know, during the pandemic, you are all teaching online, right? So I'm wondering which teaching approach here for writing are you using? Do you use process approach or product approach?
Actually, I used the process approach.
Process approach. Okay, great. Okay, what about others?
We're using product approach.
Product approach. Okay, great. Okay, let's move on. Why do we assess students' writing? Why do we assess them?
Dr. Sadiqa, may I interrupt? Your slides are not moving. We are still on the first slide.
Oh, okay. Wait. I think something happened. Because I already shared. Okay, I check.
Yeah, we can see, but then it didn't move.
Okay, so
Yeah, please.
one more time share. I think something. So I'm gonna share one more time. Okay.
Yeah, and then please, you can take us through the 2 slides that we missed. Thank you.
Sure. I'm gonna again. Okay. So now, can you see the slides right now?
No, the slide that is on is why do we assess students' writing? We need to see the previous ones also.
Okay. So are you going to see the previous slides?
Yeah, we just want to have a glance at it. Already you spoke about it. We just want to see it.
Yes. So this is the first approach is product approach. Yeah, we give the model text to students, and then we give them some gap fill activities. And then
are you on?
No, we don't see those slides.
Okay, so what's wrong? So let me
maybe share your screen.
Now there are some.
Approaches to teaching writing.
Okay, but when I put it on a slideshow, you cannot see all the slides. So what's wrong? So can I put it on a slideshow?
Try, please.
Okay, what about now? Can you see the slides?
The slide that is still on is approaches to teaching writing.
Okay, it's great. So let's move on. So process writing. Can you see process writing, pre-writing, writing revision, and editing?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay, great. So now my question is that you already answered that some of you are using process writing and process approach, some of you are using product approach. So why do we assess our students' writing?
To see if they are progressing.
Very good.
Develop their ways of writing, are able to improve themselves in structuring sentences and this.
Yes, brilliant. Yes, correct. Okay, so as you mentioned, we want to monitor and review students' progress and guide teacher instructions to demonstrate the effectiveness of our instructions. And also it's good for us, we can improve our instructions, how we can improve our instruction in writing. Before we move on to online writing assessment, I want to briefly explain some important concepts in assessment. What makes a good writing test? When we are designing writing tests, what are the assessment, features that we have to take into account? So there are 2 terms in assessment: reliability and validity. Okay, let's have a look in reliability. Reliability refers to the consistency with which a sample of student writing is assigned the same rank or score after multiple rating by trained evaluators. For example, if you're marking an essay out of 20, the test will be far more reliable if 2 markers, both a word and essay, the same grade or more or less the same grade, let's say 16 or 17. However, if one marker awards 10 and the other awards 15, it means that the test is not reliable.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yeah.
Could you please click on the slide that you want us to see now, because the slides are not moving?
Can you see reliability?
No, the slide that we can see now is approaches to teaching writing, and that is the one that is highlighted in the list of slides on the left side. So if you click on the slides, exactly. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. I don't know what's wrong. I cannot show you the slide. Okay. So,
Doctor, try to share your screen instead of the PowerPoint. That might resolve your issue.
Okay, sure.
Choose sharing screen instead of sharing the PowerPoint.
Sure.
Thank you.
What about now? Can you see reliability?
Yes, great. Go ahead.
Okay. So I don't share. I don't go to a slideshow. I'm afraid if I share it again, it's, Okay. So I share my slide again. What about now? Can you see reliability?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, great. Okay. So we talk about reliability, that if two raters score mark one writing, both of them must almost give the same score. Otherwise, if one marker gives, let's say, 10, another one gives 15, it means our test is not reliable. So the obvious way, to try achieve reliability is by designing criteria such as content, organization, grammar, and mechanics of writing, and other coherence, cohesion, which the markers refer to when they are marking the essay. So how we can make sure that we measure all writing by the same standard? How can we make sure that we are using the same standard as other teachers? So how do we can improve reliability of our tests? Because you are designing some writing tests for students. So how do you make sure that your test is reliable?
We get it moderated.
Okay. Other ideas?
I think you are talking about a very rigid sense of reliability, in the sense when two markers mark, if it's 16, 17, that means just a 1 mark difference. And in order to reach that kind of a reliability, I think you need a very strict and detailed rubric that is very clear for both the markers.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, you have to come up with clear rubrics, before designing your test. It depends on the type of writing you are designing. If you are designing, let's say, essay, what kind of essay are you designing? Let's say, is it persuasive essay? Is it, I don't know, maybe argumentative essay, descriptive essay? So it depends on the type of essay you are designing. Okay, let's move on. Validity refers to whether the test actually measures what it's supposed to measure. As you know, there are two types of face validity and content validity. Face validity refers to how acceptable and credible a test is to the users. So if a test has high face validity, teachers and learners believe it tests what it's supposed to test. Let's say a test would have low face validity among learners if they had been told a writing test was mainly assessing the quality of their ideas, if they believe that teachers mark according to how good the student's grammar was. Because you already told them, I'm going to check your quality of your ideas, and then you check them for grammar. So this is not a face validity. Okay. let's go to content validity. If a test has content validity, we have enough language to make a judgment about the student's ability. So if a writing test is to have content validity, we need to be confident. We have asked the student to do enough writing to display their writing skills. For example, here you mentioned that you have to write 150 words for this writing. So these are related to content validity.
Excuse me, doctor, really sorry to interrupt because the slides are still on reliability. You can just keep on clicking the specific slide that you want us to see every time. Just keep clicking the specific slide, and then that would work. Thank you very much.
Okay, sure. So if I don't go to a slide sharing, I think it will be okay. Yeah. What about now? Can you see validity?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't go to a slideshow. I don't change it to a slideshow. Just I move on like this. Okay. So, let's go to. Let's go to validity. Are the measuring skills that are relevant to real-life language use? As you can see, this is a sample of task, which tests a student's real-life language use. Unfortunately, most teachers, they are giving some task to learners, writing tasks to learners, that they are not testing their real-life language use. For example, when they graduated from university, still they don't know how to write a cover letter, they don't know how to write a complaint or an appeal letter to a person. So these are really, examples of real-life language use for writing. So as you see here, in this task, we provided context to the learners. So your friend Layla had a birthday party yesterday, and we provided the target reader, Layla, and the type of writing, which is a note, and the topic, which was a party, and purposes of writing, which are the prompt that we are giving to the learners. So we can use a common European framework, CFR descriptor. Okay. Can you see the slides? You see? Yes. Can you see the slide right now? Okay.
Yeah, you see EFR.
Okay, great. Define what you want to assess using common European framework descriptors. You can select or design a task. It depends on your level of learners. For example, an email requesting information at B1, an opinion article at B2, an essay evaluating abstract ideas at C1. And then you do a final check, try to examine your task instructions, time available for students, and number of words, and explicit assessment criteria. Okay, I'm sure you are familiar with this criteria: content, communicative achievement, organization, language. Okay. Let's go to different ways of assessing our students. Formative assessment and summative assessments. We use formative assessment to monitor and progress our students' writing throughout the year, and we use summative assessment at the end of the year, summative assessment for writing at the end of the year. Okay, so actually in this stage, formative assessment is very important because we usually give feedback to our learners to make learners aware of their own strengths and weaknesses in relation to the standards required in the exam, to inform the teacher of areas for development and revision. And this is the most important thing, to encourage our learners critical self-awareness among them, because if they can become aware of their weaknesses, they try to overcome their weaknesses and they try to assess their own writing through self-assessment, and this has really helped them to be autonomous learners. Okay, approaches to scoring writing. Would you please tell me what are the main ways of scoring writing?
Following the rubric, the marking criteria.
Okay, great, brilliant. Others?
Maybe analytical and
yes, analytical
scoring.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. There are three approaches to scoring writing. There are three main ways we can score our students: holistic approach, analytic approach, and multiple trait scoring. Let's look at each of these in turn. Holistic scoring means that assessor assesses the text generally rather than focusing on 2 or 3 specific aspects. The idea is that assessor quickly reads through the text and gets a global impression and awards a grade accordingly. Holistic scoring is supposed to respond to the writing positively rather than negatively, focusing on the things that the writer has failed to do. Let's look at example of holistic grading criteria. This is the one that I extracted from Gibbs. One of the sample of holistic writing assessment. As you can see, they try to rank students based on very weak writer, fair writer, and average writer, and different grades. Okay, what are the advantages of holistic scoring? It's quick and easy because there are few categories for the teacher to choose from. It's quite easy to choose from this score. Okay, what are the disadvantages of holistic scoring? They can't provide the writing teacher with the diagnostic information about a student's writing because it doesn't focus on tangible aspects of writing such as organization, grammar, mechanics, cohesion, coherence. So the holistic approach only produces a single score, so it's less reliable than analytic approach, which produces several scores, such as content, and as we mentioned before, unless more than one assessor marks the test. Another disadvantage is that a single score can be difficult to interpret for both teachers and students. So they always ask, what does 70% actually mean? What did I do well? What did I do badly? Let's go to analytic scoring. Analytic scoring separates the different aspects of writing: organization, ideas, spellings, mechanics, and grades them separately. Let's look at the example of analytic scoring. So as you can see in the picture, this is one of the only samples I provided here. As you can see, for composing, style, sentence formation, usage, and mechanics, we give them separate score for each one. Okay, what about IELTS? Is it scored holistically or analytically?
Analytically.
Very good, great, yeah. As you can see, this is the rubrics of IELTS. Actually, this is the public version that assess the students on different criteria. Okay, but there are also some advantages and disadvantages to scoring analytically. Analytic schemes provide learners with, let's go to advantages first. It provides learners with much more meaningful feedback than holistic schemes. Teachers can hand the students essay back with the criteria, how well they did, and analytic scheme can be designed to reflect the priorities of the writing course. So for instance, if you have stressed the value of good organization on your course, you can weight the analytic criteria so that organization is worth 60% of the marks. For example, you already taught a student how to organize their essay, so you want to give more more marks to organization. So it's up to the teacher how to design the analytic criteria. So because the assessors are assessing a specific criteria, it's easier to train them than assessors who are using holistic schemes. So we can easily teach assessors how to assess them. And analytic assessment is more dependable than holistic assessments. And there are some disadvantages to analytic scoring. Surely, a piece of good writing can't be judged on 3 or 4 criteria. Each of the scale may not be used separately, or even though they should be. For instance, if the assessor gives a student a very high mark for the ideas scale, this may influence the rest of the marks they award the student on the other scales. So descriptors for each scale may be different to use. For example, what does adequate organization mean? Let's go to primary and multiple trait scoring. So what about primary and multiple trait scoring? Devising and deploying a scoring guide that is unique to each prompt and a student's writing that it generates. Primary and multiple trait scoring. We have seen how analytic approach can be criticized for trying to assess a piece of writing on just 3 or 4 criteria. Although primary and multiple trait scoring also use specific criteria to assess writing, the advantage of this approach is that criteria assess based on what kind of writing the student is doing. Let's say if the writing exam consists of persuasive writing, justify the case for the legalization of drugs, we might design a scoring scheme based on exclusively on the ability to develop an argument. If we were using primary trait scoring, it means that just one trait would be assessed. If we were using multiple trait scoring, 2 or more traits would be assessed. So in the example of persuasive writing exam described above, we might design a scoring scheme which not only assess the student's ability to develop an argument, but also assess the student's use of counter-argument, the credibility of the sources they use to support their own argument, and etc. As you can see, this is a sample of multiple trait scoring guide based on Ferris and Hitchcock. So there are some advantages to multiple trait scoring. Multiple trait scoring doesn't treat all writing as the same. It assesses or should assess the really important skills involved in different types of writing. Providing the teacher has discussed the scoring criteria with the class before the exam, the students know exactly what they are being assessed on. We have to give a student the scoring criteria before we conduct the test. So what are the disadvantages? It can be extremely time-consuming to design a specific assessment criteria for each type of writing. Scoring criteria would need to be extensively piloted to ensure they really are assessing the writing fairly. As you can see, multiple trait scoring is very logical approach to scoring, but it's like a lot of work on part of teachers. You know, we have to develop and plan and pilot the rubrics So it's really time consuming. Okay, let's go to challenges of assessing writing. If you're an experienced language teacher, what do you feel are your greatest challenges in evaluating a student writing? If you are not an experienced teacher, what makes you nervous about assessing a student writing and why? So what are the main challenges in assessing students online?
Google Translate writing.
Okay, so it means that the student just copy and paste, you know, or just translate.
Yes, the translator.
Okay, okay, what else? Thank you.
Maybe you cannot depend on the results of online assessment.
Okay, okay, yeah.
In terms of cheating and
very good, yeah. Good point. Okay, what about others? Okay, let's move on to next part. Challenges of assessing writing, you know. Knowing what to concentrate on making an assessment. Giving meaningful and motivating feedback to the learners. Sometimes you are not sure, is it a good feedback or not? You know, does it motivate my learner or not? Knowing how much correction to give the learner. Sometimes you say, oh, if I give too much correction, maybe he or she students get frustrated or disappointed. Encouraging learners to peer or self-assess their writing, or using clear descriptor to assess writing. These are the common challenges. What about assessing online, you know, in this difficult time? So one of them is unfair advantage, you know, they take from online learning and unpermitted collaboration with their friends. And also they receive some help from other sources, plagiarism, and sometimes you know it's not student work, you are sure, because based on your student level, so you can guess they get help from somewhere. And also sometimes the reuse of other students' work. Okay, so do you agree with my point of view? If an online course and assessment are well designed, cheating will not be a significant problem. Okay.
To some extent, not completely.
To some extent, yes, yes, because we cannot control the online environment, right? Okay, so yes, there are some ways we can reduce cheating opportunities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so clarify academic dishonesty and plagiarism. Tell a student if you copy and paste from somewhere or you commit some plagiarism, I will check it in detection software. So they know they cannot just copy and paste, you know, from the internet or other sources. Use different topics for writing. You know, give a student different topics. And reduce pressure on a student to cheat by being flexible with deadline. Give them ample time, you know, like for performance assessment.
Yeah, we just got this stuff, so it wasn't so bad here, but it did.
Reduce
it did
pressure to cheat by focusing on learning and not grades. Yeah, tell a student, I want you to learn. You know, our goal here is not getting grades. You are here to learn how to write. Okay, so other solution. Also, you can share assessment criteria with learners and assign learners to write in an online class.
I'm going to run through it step by step.
Sorry, Dr. Sadiqa. Dr. Lucy Secura, excuse me.
Could you
Yeah.
please mute your mic?
Teachers who were with us the last semesters as well, because there are always
Dr. Lucy Secura.
viewers will just keep going step by step through the presentation. Yeah, I'm recording the meeting. That's no problem. Thank you, Marsan. It should show as recording. It shows on my screen that I've been recording.
Sorry, Dr. Sadiqa, could you please unmute yourself again? Thank you.
Okay. So what about, also you can share assessment criteria with your learners, give them the rubric and tell them that you are going to be assessed on this criteria. So assign learners to write in an online class. Okay, give them a topic and ask them to just only type one paragraph. It's not a big deal, right? So just let them write and then monitor the writing and ask them to peer assess each other. Okay, you know, what is the benefit of peer assessment? That a student can grade themselves. It gives them the opportunity to reflect on their friends' writing, and they can find what they are good at it and what are the weaknesses, and also they can help each other in writing. So as we can also assign a student to self-assess themselves, get them self-assess themselves. In next slide, I will tell you, I will introduce some online tools that you can use, introduce your student to self-assess themselves. And then this is very important, you know, try to give a student rich, detailed and personalized feedback. Feedback must be mediated through technology. These strategies build a long-term attitude and behavior change in terms of learning and assessment.
Dr. Sadiqa?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, my dear. We're sort of running over time. Roughly how long do you need?
I need 5 minutes to finish.
Okay,
it.
my dear. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Can I go on?
Yes.
Okay. This strategy builds a long-term attitude and behavior change in terms of learning and assessment. We need to give learners the skills to take responsibility for their own learning. So as I told you, we want our learners to be autonomous learners, to try to motivate themselves through online assessment and peer assessment. So some ideas. Classroom-based assessment should be ongoing or final. Should be in-class assessment or out-of-class assessment. Should you focus on writing as independent language skill or integrated language skill? Should you grade analytically or holistically? These are the ideas that you have to think about it. So let's go to ways of giving feedback online. So usually we ask a student to type their writing on Microsoft Word, right? So then in order to give them personalized feedback, we go and activate track changes in Microsoft Word, and we try to give them some personalized feedback on their writing. So I chose the very short writing here for A1 or A2 level, and I gave them some feedback through track changes on Microsoft Word. So as you can see, I gave them the rubrics to see on what area they did well, and also I gave them some comments, and also I gave them some links to work on this area online. So more than both, you can also speak your feedback. You can record your voice while you are giving feedback using voicespice.com, and then you can save it and send it through WhatsApp or email to your student. Another software you can use you can use Loom. Loom is a screen recording tool for recording your screen while you are giving feedback, and it automatically create a link so you can send the video to students, and it's much faster and more personal to students, and you can record it and also your face also can be here when you are explaining. because it's a screen recording software. Another software you can use is TechSmith Capture. Also is screen record again your laptop. Then you can screen record it, give meaningful feedback to your learners, and send it to your learners. Write and Improve, it's a very, very useful website for giving feedback, automatic feedback to your learners. This is very useful. You can use it. Actually, I personally use it, and my students are enjoying using it. This website was prepared by Cambridge Assessment English, so it's very simple to use it. It's very user-friendly. You just go to writeandimprove.com and start practicing now. And then, actually, I already prepared a video to show you, real-time video to show you how to use it. I'm not sure. Have you ever used Write and Improve? Have you ever used Write and Improve website for improving writing?
No.
No.
This is a very useful website. I want to take time just to explain a little bit about it. It's useful for not only for teachers, also for learners. And here you can ask a student to put their writing. Okay, if there is a time, I would like to share my screen and share how to use it. Can I have time to just 2 minutes share how to use this Write and Improve?
Sorry, Doctor, I'm so sorry. We're actually going well over time and we need to start the other session. So if you could kindly
wrap up, that would be highly appreciated. Thank you, Doctor.
Last 18 months, of course, have been very different for everyone. I think we're all still adjusting.
Yeah.
There's no turning back now.
Where's Paddy now?
She's still working with the British Council, but she's not coordinating the ELTPN anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, look forward to the session.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. Well, that's weird seeing us on the screen behind this lady.
Can you hear me?
Ah, Hamdan is here. Hi, Hamdan.
Given they can't hear me and I
Hello.
can't hear
Good
them.
afternoon.
We really need to.
Hi, Hamdan. How are you?
Good. You need
Fine.
to give
Can you see me?
Matt.
I can't hear them.
No,
I don't know what they're
can't see.
saying.
You need to give Matt sharing. Sharing something. Sharing rights.
Okay. Yeah, we're looking forward. But before that, I like my colleague to introduce you before you start. So kind of decent welcome.
Okay. But can you make Matt a presenter?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Siddiqa. We're very, very sorry to push you at the end a little bit. That was
And how much time do we have now, Hamdan? Have we lost 10 minutes or can we still have...
You still have the 55 minutes for the
55
presentation
minutes.
and 10 minutes for the questions.
Okay.
Thank you. And best of luck for the future. And if anyone has any questions, you can direct them directly to Dr. Siddiqa.
You've got that, Matt. Okay.
Thank you. And now we'll be starting our next
Thanks, Hamdan. I've got the power.
Mr. Matthew and Mr. Peter. Okay, so please. Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Doctor. Bye-bye.
Don't press welcome. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We're starting now, yeah. Starting now. I wish these chats would
Okay, Matt, we can sit.
Great.
Hello, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello there. I'm extremely sorry about the little delay. We were running over time on the previous presentation, but I think you were kept busy chatting, which was very good to see.
No problem. Yeah, we had a few introductions.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. So, as a Brit, a fellow Brit, I have to ask you, how's the weather over there?
It's not great. I imagine it's a lot nicer in Oman. I think it's about 12 degrees. It's quite cloudy, quite windy.
Right. Well, when you say
You're not missing much.
Actually, I was just going to tell you, we've had some rain over here, and rain is considered to be good weather in Oman. So we've had some really good weather. Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our final presentation. It's my pleasure to welcome our guests, and let me please introduce them. So we have Mr. Peter Lucantoni, has had a long career in English language teaching, teacher training and management in Europe and the Middle East, and is now based in Cyprus. He is the author and co-author of a range of popular course books for students, including Cambridge IGCE English as a Second Language and Introduction to English as a Second Language, both published by Cambridge University Press. Peter speaks at ELT conferences and trains teachers internationally in both the public and private sectors. His main interests are in teacher education and transitioning teachers into trainer roles. Matthew Ellman on designing and delivering training for teachers, institutions and ministries of education around the world. He has worked as a teacher, trainer and training manager, and has delivered workshops and talks to teachers in around 25 countries. Matthew's research into teacher education practices won the British Council's ELT Master's Dissertation Award at the 2018 ELT Honors. Peter Lucantoni and Matthew Ellman are the authors of From Teacher to Trainer, to be published by Cambridge University Press in 2022. It's my absolute pleasure to have you join us, and I'd like to say the floor is yours. Please, would you just let us know if you'd like the questions or the interaction part live, or would you like it at the end?
We're going to do a couple of interactive things during the presentation, Razwana, but obviously if there are longer questions, we're happy to deal with those at the end as well.
Wonderful. Okay, gentlemen, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Razwana, and welcome everybody. Thank you very much for attending this final session before the start of your weekend. I hope it continues to rain so that you can enjoy the weekend weather. Obviously, myself and Matt are going to be co-presenting this particular session. We're not going to jump around too much. I'm going to do a slot, and then Matt will do a slot, and then we'll go backwards and forwards. So you won't get too dizzy with people going backwards and forwards. We'd really love to hear your voices, so please don't be frightened of using the microphone. We're not that many people here, only about 50, I think. So it's fine to use the microphones if you want, but we'll also be asking you to use the chat box to type in responses to a couple of things we're going to ask you to do. So our session today is called a template for successful training sessions. And the reason that Matt and I feel that we can talk to you about this is because between us, we've got an enormous amount of experience in working with teachers in many different countries around the world. There's a picture of me in action up at the top there. That's literally 14 months ago. It's my last face-to-face live training session. That was in Cairo, in Egypt, where we had a Cambridge day, and that was the last time I travelled before COVID hit. And the picture underneath that is Matt. Matt, do you want to say where you are and who you are and what you're doing? Because I have no idea.
That was a conference in Mexico, Peter, training teachers there. And actually on that day, there was a power cut at the university. So I had my PowerPoint already, I had my laptop there, but there was no electricity, and I had to do it just with a flip chart, as you see there. But it went well. It was good.
I'm sure you transitioned smoothly from one to the other. And what we've done over the last 12 months or so is put our heads together, and we've come up with a book which will be published early next year, and we're calling it From Teacher to Trainer. And the book really is a, if you like, it's a recipe book, if you like, for experienced teachers who are making that transition from classroom teaching with students, with learners, into working with people who want to become teacher trainers. Okay, so there are differences, aren't there, between teaching students and working with teachers. And one of the points that we make early on in our book is that just because you know a language doesn't mean that you're able to teach it effectively. Just because you're a Formula One racing driver, it doesn't mean that you can necessarily pass on those skills to somebody else. And it's true for us as teachers. There are certainly plenty of very, very experienced teachers around, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have the necessary skills to transfer that knowledge over to other teachers. So teachers and trainers, there is an enormous amount of knowledge which we hold together, but whether or not we can actually transmit that knowledge over to somebody else is questionable. And we know that teaching is an incredibly demanding job, particularly in times of COVID, in times of the pandemic. Teachers have had to draw on skills which they didn't even know that they had. We've had to learn things very, very quickly. We've had to upskill very, very quickly, as indeed have trainers. And I think it's important for anybody who's here today who is a trainer to understand that the work that we do is absolutely essential. And it's important that any professional development that we do, any professional learning that we do, it has to have some sort of impact on student learning. If teacher training, if professional learning is not having any impact, then of course it loses its value, it loses its worth, it becomes a waste of time. So what we want to talk about today is what we can do to support teachers who are becoming teacher trainers. Maybe just a very quick show of hands or a yes/no in the chat box, but anybody in the room who's thinking of becoming a teacher trainer or is moving into becoming a teacher trainer? Just type very quickly in the chat box. So we've got one yes. Omnia. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else? As Matt said earlier, it doesn't matter if you're not. Razwana says hopefully. That's a good word. Yeah, another yes. Yeah, Shijam would love to. I think that's part of it, isn't it? You've got to want to do it. You've got to relish the thought of moving into training. Okay, so half a dozen or so people are definitely responding positively. So what we're going to do in the next 45 minutes or so is basically have a think about what effective teachers do, because if we can understand what effective teachers do, that gives us some idea of the way that we can support teachers in their development. We'll have a think also about how teachers learn, how teachers develop professionally, and crucially we'll start thinking in the last part about what effective trainers do, and hopefully we'll be able to make some conclusions at the end as well. So that's the end of my introductory part. I'm going to hand over to Matt now, who's going to be talking about effective teachers and what effective teachers actually do.
Thanks, Peter. So, what we're trying to do here is to start with what you know. So if you're already you are already teaching. So let's start with what you know about that and transition that, use that as a basis for talking about how you might take that into your training role. So working out what you need to do as a trainer depends very much on how you look at language teaching and how you define language teaching. If you see it as a process, for example, of talking at people, of lecturing people, then that's going to influence how you train them, how you train teachers. If you see it as a process of communication and helping people to communicate, then you're obviously going to train teachers very differently. So I'd like you to get your fingers on your keyboards and answer this question. What is language teaching? How do we define language teaching? What do you do when you teach? What is your role as a teacher in the classroom? Answers in the chat box, and we'll see if we can reach an agreement or a consensus here. All right, thank you very much, Shukran. So first off the mark, good communication. Peter saying transfer of knowledge. Facilitating learning. That's an interesting one from Rudyard, because it's about suggests that the learning is the responsibility of the students. All right, how to use language effectively. Thanks, Abdul Rahman.
To understand each other.
Great, thank you. Who said that? Is that you, Razwana?
Zeb Fatma.
Zeb, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. We want students to be able to understand each other and to understand other speakers or writers. To convey what you want, to do things with language, whether that's make requests or give orders, to use your language in the world to get things done. A couple of people saying communicate effectively, enabling learners to use language effectively. Excellent. I think these are all good answers. Obviously, there's not just one answer. We're trying to do many things. I think that's a nice suggestion there, Jessica. Sharing culture, particularly the idea that it's sharing. It's not just broadcasting English-speaking culture to learners. It's a two-way thing. Fantastic. All right. So these are just some of the things that go into language teaching, along with all your suggestions. So we can see immediately that this is not a simple endeavor. There's a lot going on, and it's a complex task. To help somebody learn a language is not easy. And the research kind of bears this out, because at the moment there's no research that says the best way of teaching is to do X, Y, Z. So Thomas Farrell here just underlining that point, that there are no precise benchmarks of what constitutes effective second language teaching in all settings, and nor are there agreed effective strategies that teachers should implement in their classes. And that's because every classroom is so different. There's a different layout, different group of students, different teacher, different materials, different goals, different cultural context, different school context. And that puts a lot of pressure on teachers to make decisions for themselves, to make choices. So what we see effective teachers doing is making those choices in the classroom. Expert teachers are aware of what they're doing, and they monitor and adjust their teaching behaviors to bring out the best in their students. So I've taught in Spain, the UK and Malaysia, but I can't go to a classroom in Oman and teach in exactly the same way that I taught in those places, and I taught differently in those places as well. So expert teachers pay attention to what's happening in the classroom. They evaluate how effective their teaching is, they evaluate how much their students are learning, and they adjust accordingly. So they don't just do this, they are constantly looking for ways to improve. So they're always working behind the scenes to improve their teaching as well. This is what makes an expert teacher. It's not just about how long you've taught for, it's whether you're continually trying to improve your teaching as you go. And what we see is that teachers reinvest the resources freed up by their experience, by the use of routines to tackle more advanced problems. So, for example, you get very good as a teacher, for example, at teaching pronunciation, perhaps. You teach a new word and then you develop this routine for helping your students drill the pronunciation. Maybe you model how many syllables there are on your fingers and you ask your students to identify where the stress is. These kinds of routines, so that certain parts of your teaching become automatic and they become second nature. And what effective teachers do is to use that automatic action, use those routines to free up their thinking for looking about how they can improve, looking at how they can do things better. This is a difference then between expert teachers, people who have taught for a long time but have always looked for ways to improve, and people who are just experienced. Because you can be experienced, you can just do the same thing that you've always done, give yourself an easy life, but you're not going to become an expert. So as trainers, we want to help teachers become experts and develop this mindset of continual improvement. When it comes to routines, another example, very common example that we use to help teachers get off the ground when they're starting their careers is the idea of lesson shapes. And you probably know this best from PPP, this presentation, practice, production, lesson shape. I wonder if you can think of any others. If you can, just put them in the chat box. But a lesson shape is a way of thinking about how to structure your lesson that helps you to plan it and then to deliver it as well. So this is something that we tend to teach, we tend to train teachers in when they first begin, and then as you become more experienced, you learn how to play with this and manipulate it a bit better. Excellent, thank you Shabina, thanks Jessica. So we've got test, teach, test. Task-based learning would be another format, yes. So there are a few of these. And we're not going to go into them now, but the idea is that we can use these routines to help teachers as they're beginning their careers, as they're starting out. And this is an idea that we're going to come back to. This idea of providing a routine for somebody when they begin their career. Anything to add, Peter, before I hand back over to you?
Only that there's a few more lesson shapes which haven't appeared on my screen, so I don't know if they're on your screen but not on my screen. Have you put the others up?
I've put them all up, yeah.
Ah, they're not appearing on my screen for some reason. Ah, now they've just appeared. Okay, so yeah, they're all there now. Okay, great. So thanks very much, Matt. So we've had a look at what expert or what effective teachers do. Now we're going to reflect a little bit and think about ourselves as teachers and think about how we ourselves learned as teachers. So I'd like you, again in the chat box, or please, I'd love to hear your voices. Use the microphone if you're happy to do so. But just have a think about this first question. How have you learned your teacher knowledge? In other words, how have you become what you are today? Where have you got that knowledge from? Possibly you've learned it through experience on the job, possibly through a period of studying and training. Maybe you've got a CELTA qualification or equivalent. So just have a think about how you got your teacher knowledge and put your ideas in the chat box or use the microphone. Okay, so Madhu talks about experience, classroom experience, but also training. So two things there. Bina, experience, yeah. Zeb talks about improving. Okay, how did you improve, Zeb? Omnia talks about webinars. Mohammed, training, experience, observation, interaction, training sessions, okay? Yeah. Any other ideas?
Sorry, Peter, there's a little bit of muffling on your microphone.
Is there?
Yeah.
Is that better?
That is much better, yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
great. Salim says different sources. Okay, can you give us some examples, Salim? Rudyard talks about peer observation, nice idea, yeah, and discussion. Imitating experts. Okay, we've got lots of lovely ideas coming in. Different sources, exposure. Reflective teaching, says Shabina. Yeah, lovely, lovely. And Shijan Joseph talks about some great teachers in the past, and specifically from teacher training courses, experience trainings and readings. Great, some lovely, really nice responses. And of course, but we will be coming back to some of these in the third part of what we're going to be talking about today. Rudyard also mentioned student feedback, incredibly important to learn from what our students tell us. One thing that I think maybe only a couple of people mentioned is the knowledge that you gain from our own experience of being students ourselves. And remember, during our younger years, before we became adults, but also as young adults, we spent literally thousands of hours in classrooms, in lecture rooms, working as students before we began to learn to teach, or even before we even began to think or to contemplate of having a career in teaching. And Dan Lorty, in his study called School Teacher, he defines these hours that we spend in the classroom as a type of apprenticeship of observation. Now, when you're an apprentice, part of being an apprentice is to observe, not necessarily to participate, at least not to begin with. But first of all, you observe and you watch and you see how things are done, and then slowly you're brought in to whatever it is that you're observing, whether it's carpentry or playing an instrument or driving a car or whatever it might be. How many times did we sit in cars while our parents or family members drove us around and watched the steering wheel and the gears being changed and the feet moving up and down on the pedals? All of this is part of what Lorty calls the apprenticeship of observation. And because we've had so much exposure to different types of teaching, it's possible that some of us may even take those examples of teaching and use them for ourselves when we first go into teaching. This paper here, using mobile devices in the classroom, Godwin Jones says that many teachers start to teach the way that they were taught. In other words, they transfer things that they've seen and things which they've understood and things at which they feel comfortable with. And he makes this point. His whole paper is about using mobile devices. And he says that while teachers are likely themselves to use a mobile phone, in other words, outside the classroom, we may be very happy using a mobile phone for WhatsApp and checking emails and maybe going online to search for things. That doesn't mean necessarily that we will use mobile phones inside the classroom. And he calls this an automatic sense of teacher behaviors. In other words, there are things that we do, and it goes back to the routines that Matt was talking about just now, that we do things automatically because we feel confident about them. We don't need to think too much about the things that we do. But something that we also need to consider, and Matt again mentioned this, talking about the different places that he himself has worked in, and he made the point that even though he's worked in Spain and Malaysia and the UK, he couldn't necessarily replicate what he did in those countries if he came to work in Oman, because a very important element in learning to teach and understanding about teaching and understanding what goes on in classrooms is understanding our context, the context within which we're actually teaching. Because context, it's a bit like location, but context has a very, very major impact on how teaching and learning actually take place. And I want to show you now a fairly long quote, so I'll give you 30 seconds or so to have a look at it and to take it in. So the point being made here is that we as trainers, or indeed teacher education programs, whether that's CELTA or Delta or some other form, it doesn't have to be necessarily one from Cambridge, but even though we'd like to help teachers to teach in any context, it's impossible, because we don't know every context. We can't possibly ever have any understanding of what every context is. But what we can do is help teachers to understand that context, as Charles says, it's a powerful mediator that can shape or be shaped by how teachers conceptualize the teaching and, of course, the learning that they're doing. So what we do need to do as trainers, what teacher education programs do need to do, is to ensure that teachers understand the importance of context. Okay, so just to bring my section to a little conclusion before Matt goes on to the next part, is just to recap how we learn, how teachers actually learn. And we've seen that teachers learn from their own practice, but also from action research. In other words, thinking about topics and acting on them in their own classroom situations. Personal reflection, very important part of our learning, is to think back. I suspect that, you know, when you're teaching 3, 4, 5, possibly 6 lessons a day, opportunities for personal reflection are limited. But the time you get to the 4th or 5th lesson of the day, you've forgotten about the first lesson, and you're thinking ahead to the lessons of the following day. So personal reflection is not necessarily something that comes easily. It's not that we don't want to do it, but we just may not be in a situation where it's easily done. Also very important, of course, is interacting with others and reflecting with other teachers. But you know, the pandemic has closed the door on this. We don't have staff rooms anymore. We don't have staff room meetings anymore. Of course, we can interact online, but it's not the same as bumping into somebody in the corridor or in the staff room and taking 5 minutes to chat. We can, of course, teachers can, of course, learn from teacher educators, from teacher trainers, as well as, of course, with their peers. And finally, we can, of course, learn from inset courses and qualifications. Matt and I don't think this is a definitive list. Of course, there are other ways that teachers learn, but I think those 5 areas are the key ones. So I'm going to hand back to Matt now, who's going to do the last section of our talk, which is about what effective trainers do. Over to you, Matt.
Thanks, Peter. So we're going to spend some time now looking at the final 2 points from Peter's list here. How do teachers learn from teacher educators, and particularly from teacher educators on inset courses? And this is where we think about what effective trainers do, and particularly how we can support new trainers in being effective through the use of those routines that we saw that teachers get the benefit of. So, of course, trainers work with teachers, they're not working with students, and so they're not trying to teach language, they're trying to teach teaching skills. And in particular, that skill that Peter mentioned of being able to adapt to your context and appreciate the value of context. So those lesson shapes, PPP, test, teach, test, and so on, they're not applicable to a teacher training session. Trainers need something different. So we need different shapes and different content for training sessions. So what can trainers do? Well, we have an example training session here, very simple one. And your task is to work out the aims of each stage in this session. So there are 3 stages. What's the aim of each stage, and what is the trainer trying to achieve? I'll give you a couple of minutes to look at this and have a think. And if you've got any ideas, put them in the chat box. So what are the aims of each stage in this session? All right, thank you, Mohammed. Saying teaching vocab and grammar. So I guess the overall aim is to develop teachers' abilities with concept checking questions, which are definitely a part of vocabulary and grammar teaching. So that's the kind of overall goal of the session. But how about the different stages? We've got stage 1, 2, and 3. What's the trainer trying to do at each point in the session there? All right, thanks, Jessica. So Jessica's saying that in stage 1, the trainees are reflecting. Then there's some input in stage 2, and then they practice it in stage 3. Any other ideas? Do you agree with Jessica or not? All right, I'm going to reveal the answers and pat on the back for you, Jessica, because you are pretty much correct. So stage 1, we're asking the teachers to reflect there, and we're wanting to find out what they already know, and we also want to learn a little bit about the context that they're working in. So Rudyard, yeah, absolutely correct. We're trying to assess current knowledge. Or Salim, yeah, trying to see how much a teacher knows already about this topic. In stage 2, we're trying to help teachers understand the theory, trying to help them understand why they're doing what they're doing. And this is a kind of recurring theme in a lot of teacher training. It's not enough to just go through the motions and know the techniques. You need to understand why, in order to be able to adapt to your context. And then in stage 3, we've got the teachers applying this, practicing it. And as Rudyard said, that's also an opportunity to check their understanding of it. Good. So we've got these 3 main elements. This is a very simple training session. It's probably not, there would be more to it in real life. But as a basic example, it shows us these 3 main elements, these 3 areas. We're trying to find out what teachers already know. We want to help them understand the theory, and not just the theory, but also the language, the terms, the terminology that we use to talk about teaching. And we want to give them opportunities to practice applying it as well. So the model that Peter and I have come up with here is that we're dealing with the practical, we're dealing with the personal in trying to understand what teachers already know and their background and their experience, and we're dealing with the professional aspect. And our argument here is that for a training session to be successful and to have impact, it needs to have all of these 3 elements. If you lose one of them, then you are going to lose that impact that comes from the teacher leaving the training session and going back to their classroom and doing something differently. So when it comes to the practical side, in our example, we had teachers applying the theory that they'd learned, and that was the practical element. But practical aspects in a training session can also be used as input. You can demonstrate practical techniques for teachers. And that's the meaning behind these icons. So we've got the trainer doing practical things, demonstrating techniques as input for the trainees, but we've also got the trainees who are able to do practical things in a session in order to learn those techniques and practice applying them themselves. When it comes to the personal side, you see the role of the trainer is a lot smaller. We don't want to hear so much from the trainer at this point. We want to hear from the trainees, from the teachers in the room. So what's their experience? Where have they worked? What do they already do in their classrooms? What do they already believe about teaching and about the particular topic that you're dealing with? And when it comes to the professional, that role shifts slightly. So it's the trainer's role then to make sure that the trainees understand the theory, understand the terminology, and understand the research that might be relevant in the to the topic that's being dealt with, the topic that's being trained. It is the role of the trainer to provide that link, we believe, between research on teaching and learning and the teaching profession itself. So that's where the role of the trainer becomes very important. So in terms of the kinds of activities that you might use for each of these circles, when it comes to practical stuff, you might be using things like micro-teaching. You might be using teaching practice sessions. So on many courses, trainee teachers have to teach students, and they'll be observed doing that. You might give a demo lesson. You might, as the trainer, you might use the trainees as your students and then teach the lesson to them, which they then think about. Or you might use a video to show practical techniques being used. So lots of options there. When it comes to the personal aspect, we want to delve into knowledge, beliefs, reflection, assumptions, and teachers' own contexts. So any opportunity that gives, any activity that gives teachers the opportunity to discuss what they believe and what they already do is going to work well in that personal stage. And for the professional side, we're talking about explanations, examples, theories, and research. So 3 elements that need to be part of a training session, but that doesn't mean that you need to have 3 stages. You just need to include all of these elements at some point in your session. They can come in any order, they can appear more than once, but these are the 3 things that you need in order to make sure that your session has an impact. So teachers have lesson shapes, trainers have session shapes, and as we've seen, that shape is going to be a mixture of these 3 elements: practical, personal, and professional, but they have the same purpose. The purpose is to support a new teacher or to support a new trainer as they learn a routine and as they learn how to work in the classroom or in the training room. So let's take a look at another example of a session. I'm going to give you another minute or two to take a look through this training session. We've got 3 stages again, and your task is to pinpoint where the practical elements are, where the professional elements are, and where the personal elements are. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. Answers in the chat box when you're ready. Somebody doing a bit of hoovering. Great, right, thanks very much, guys. So that's all right. Okay, so this is very interesting. I see most people are choosing just one element for each stage, but Surya's got 2 for the first stage, which is really interesting. And there's some disagreement as well. You're not agreeing on everything. So let's have a look then. So in stage 1, the trainer delivers a looped reading demonstration lesson. So this is an example of loop input, and loop input is when you take an activity from the language classroom, something that you might use with students, but the content of that activity is designed for the teachers. It's not something that students would read about. So the teachers here are reading about the stages of a reading lesson. So they're students in a reading lesson, but they're reading about how to teach reading. So this is both practical and professional. It encompasses both of these areas. So well done. Who was it, Surya, who identified that? In stage 2, trainees reflect and discuss the lesson and the text. So trainees here are talking about how they experienced that lesson. Maybe did they do the same things? Was it surprising, or was it just what they normally do? So that's personal. And then at the end, trainees comment on some texts from the course book and suggest how they could adapt them according to these principles. So they're thinking about planning a reading lesson now, and so that is practical. So well done. I think most of you got that. So just to reiterate this, practical stages deal with the actions and the decisions that teachers make in their contexts. And the goal for the trainer then is to make these actions and decisions as effective as possible in order to implement change and maximize student learning. Sorry, I'm not sure what's happened there with the quote. Professional stages are all about knowledge and key terminology that's provided by research, provided by theory, provided by other practitioners. So this is the kind of theory that underpins teaching practices. This is knowing why you do what you do.
No, you will.
And this might be something that alters your personal beliefs, which is very important. So that brings us to personal stages.
Yes.
So this is the existing knowledge, beliefs, assumptions, feelings and personalities that the teachers bring to the training room. And as Peter mentioned, this is extremely important. It can be very impactful. Your apprenticeship of observation, everything that you learned from being a student in school, everything that you've learned from your teaching experiences up to now, has a huge impact on the way that you teach. So it's really the foundation for the decisions that you take in the classroom. And in these stages, we're allowing teachers to connect the content of the session with their own context in their own classrooms, to share their own insights, their own experiences, their own techniques and strategies, and to collaborate with each other, because we know that teachers collaborating, teachers talking, leads to teacher learning. So we've got a final example of a training session, and we've got a few more stages this time. So it's the same task. Let's see if you can identify where is the practical, where's the personal, where's the professional in this session. Siri has an idea for stage 1. I'll reveal that to get you started. So the main aim of this session is to help teachers deliver more effective feedback to students on their writing. And it starts by looking at a teacher's feedback. So we're starting with something practical. How do we continue? Thanks for your answers, Shabina. I'll give others a chance to get theirs in. Thanks, Omnia.
She wishes she was in this seat, I think.
All right. So we start with something practical. Teachers having a look at some feedback and talking about how good they think it is. Stage 2, the trainer presents key principles from research, and we talked about research in relation to the professional. So this is a professional stage. Understanding the key principles from research, understanding the key terminology around that as well. And then we have another practical stage. So you can have more than one. The first one is to find out what teachers know. The second one is to help them apply what they've learned from the professional stage. And then we finish with the personal trainees thinking about how this could work in their classrooms and in their contexts, making that connection between the training session and their own classrooms. I think most of you got that, so well done. So just to recap, we have these 3 areas, and you need all of these for your training session to be effective. But it's not quite the same as PPP or Test Teach Test or ESA, because you can have these in any order and you might have more than one, as we've just seen. So your session might look more like this: P plus P plus P plus P plus P. But that's what you need in order to have that impact and the change, because if teachers don't leave your training session and then go and do something differently, so don't change what they're doing, then you won't have any impact. So, thanks very much for listening. I think we're going to stop there and open up the floor to questions. If you have any questions, you can see the contact details for Peter and myself here. Anything to add, Peter, as we end the session?
No, I don't think so. I'm just be really keen to get people's questions, and if anybody wants to ask anything, please do fire away. We're happy to hear from you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have any questions? Remember, you can open your mic or your camera. Any questions, comments? What I have to say, gentlemen, that was a very, very useful and interesting presentation, as we expected. And we look forward to your book, which is being published in 2022. So that's next year. Correct?
That's right. So it should be available for, if you have this event at the same time next year, then it should be ready for that.
Well, we hope that we'll be able to meet up in person, and we hope to welcome you here in Oman. And who knows, inshallah, maybe by that time this whole COVID situation will be done and dusted, and we can have some real face-to-face interaction.
That would be lovely.
Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. Peter?
Thanks very much, Razwana.
Thank you very much. It was our pleasure to have you gentlemen with us today. And on that note, I'm going to hand you over to our Staff Professional Development Team lead coordinator, Mr. Gibbon, and he will be wrapping up the remaining session. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a fantastic day.
Thanks, Razwana.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Matthew.
Bye.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much,
Ms. Razwana.
A good afternoon to Mr. Peter and Mr.
Matthew.
Can you all
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So they can hear me. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Mine is actually a vote of thanks.
I just need to let you know that
how excited we all were
way when we learned that we were actually gonna have Peter addressing us, and then just to make it even better, he said he was going to come in with Matthews. Gentlemen, we are super thankful and so delighted to have had the honor of being with you guys in this session today. I also would like to extend my appreciation to the participants. I think Peter and Matthew will agree with me that this was quite an interactive session, thanks to the participants who were ready to add in their comments, respond to the questions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that. Mr. Peter and Mr. Matthew, this was a very informative session. You raised very interesting points, especially when you talked about the importance of contact. Even though you were talking about training teachers, I think this also applies to teaching students. That teachers, wherever they are, they always need to realize the importance of context. For example, right now there is the context of COVID-19. So this was quite an informative session. Gentlemen, we thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. And as Razwana said, we look forward to a day that hopefully we'll be able to meet you in person. I believe you are also looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely.
Can't wait for it. Can't wait.
Definitely.
I will
at this point in time hand over to our head of section for the ELC in the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Shinas, Mr. Hamdan Alabri, under which the duty of staff training and development falls. So he will give us his observations and closing remarks for the whole seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a wonderful day, and inshallah we'll meet again. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Hamdan.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. for the interesting talk. And thank you all. Personally, I enjoyed listening to you.
Mr. Hamdan, we can't hear you.
Am I muted? No, I am not. Thank you, Mr. Peter and Mr. Matthew, for the interesting talk, and thank you all for showing up. Personally, I enjoyed listening to you as this is an area of interest. I like to learn more about this topic. The concept of transforming teaching into training is really selling high. We're looking forward to reading your book, okay? But now, the event comes to an end. We had 2 wonderful days with experts from all over the world. From starting with Oman, from Egypt, from Indonesia, Botswana, India, Spain, and we ended from like 2 big guys from UK. Okay? We had a total of 3 interesting talks from all over the world. We started with Dr. Ali Isa. Okay? We had an interesting talk with Dr. Ali. Actually, we had a deliberate gap of delay, and then we had to close the gap. Okay, and I think we are halfway. This requires lots of work anyhow. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Al-Isa, if you are with us today. Okay, if you are not, I think we will reach him in person. He talked to us about student voice. And the message I took from Dr. Ali's session, that just for the student's voice to be kind of effective, it has to be meaningful and purposeful. Okay? I'm trying to give you the takeaway that I really took from the seminar. The second one was Dr. Fathia, and she talked about an interesting, broad topic, students' well-being. And I realized that sometimes we don't blame students. Sometimes we need to feel their struggle. And all her talk was support about the initiatives they were doing at Sultan Qaboos University. Thank you, Dr. Fathia. Then Dr. Mutmainna, when she talked about collaborative learning. Okay. of course, she like kind of talked about student-centered learning, but this time, how can this be achieved through media tools? Thank you, Dr. Mutmainna. Then Dr. Farghis, he talked about ICT in education, and he talked about teachers' role. How can this change? Thank you, Dr. Farghis. Dr. Arturo, he talked about media inspired. We have to give way. I'm convinced. So thank you, Dr. Arturo. Then we move to Dr. Otang, who talked about integrity, who really stressed the importance of the lockdown browser. And personally at HCT, I think we will implement lockdown browser soon this semester. And I could hear like from people from all over the world. I heard like kind of 5 times. So we are not the only people who are using lockdown browser. So it must be that effective. We are looking forward to that. On the last one was digital ethics, and the Dr. Rania talked about the basic skills needed for the online teaching to be effective. Thank you, Dr. Rania. On the second day, we started with Dr. Hector Gonzalez from Spain, who talked about the future. He presented their experience, some tools they have been using, and the message from that session is interaction. All tools will depend on interaction. And Dr. Moza, who talked about how can a reading lesson must be done online, and the second was a flipped classroom. Okay, thank you, Dr. Moza. Ms. Rashida and Ms. Marine, who talked about collaborative learning, and what I learned from that is their strategy, think, bear, share. I think I need to read more about this one. It's new to me. Dr. Siddiqa, assistant writing. I knew you before, who like you are an IELTS examiner. So that's why we wanted to have you. Okay, so we were sure that you will add, and you did. You presented us some softwares that can be used in assistant writing. So thank you, Dr. Siddiqa. You added to the event. Ms. Ghadia, we talked about the media-inspired classroom, and I remember this, Children with Wings from China. Inshallah, we remember this. Thank you for the message. And the last one was not teaching, training by Mr. Peter Lecantoni and Matthew Ellman. I learned personally the stage of a successful training sessions. I think I got the concept, but I think I need to explain.
Thank you. And the last thing, actually, the thanks go to SBDC. It's a network issue.
I can still see you. Yours
No.
is frozen for a bit.
Yeah.
It's okay, it will come.
You see it for yourself?
Yes, we can see you jammed.
I think Mr. Hamdan's having a bit of problem with network. See up soon.
Is it back?
Yeah, we've lost him.
Yeah, so he's, I think he's almost back up.
Don't worry.
I think I'm back. I had a problem with the college Wi-Fi.
It's not. And then, do you want to come over here?
No, it's
Sorry, our college Wi-Fi is a bit flickering at the moment. Just bear with us, please. The irony, just when he was going to thank us.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, I think I'm back. Sorry, I had an issue
With the Wi-Fi, I had to connect to my phone. So now I think I'm set.
I wanted to say thank you, SBDC, for all the teamwork you have shown.
For all the teamwork you have shown. Really, I was impressed by one trait you showed me.
Which is ownership.
It's really amazing.
It's okay. It's showing now. Yeah. Because he has his media there.
Is it stopped again? Okay, you can come in. Close yours. Close your screen. Close yours.
He needs it.
Okay, bear with us. I think we're going to switch location.
I think I'm good now. I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Razwana. Okay, thank you, Mr. Given. Thank you, Mr. Razwana. Thank you, Ms. Brita. Thank you, Mr. Osama. Thank you, Mr. Saif. And thank you, Mr. Rijo, for all the work you have done. I just wanted to show you a video, but of course I cannot. So I'll just end up by saying thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure. It was nice having you.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Stop recording. Did it work?
Should I stop recording?
Write a message, say thank you to all the attendees. Because we didn't. Say thank you to the attendees. Have you
sent a message not only for him to improve the Wi-Fi. It is not really.
I thanked them anyway.
Did you thank them?
Yeah.
The attendees?
Very much. I said.
No, I mean, I don't mean them. I mean the people. Thank you to all the attendees.
I wanted a video.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to show you a video.
What a shame. Can you still share it? See if you can.
Yeah,
just open it.
share it. Yeah.
Come on, just share it.
Try to connect it again.
Or come over here and use this one.
It's in that laptop.
Stella, on hold.
Come over here.
Hamdan,
use this wire.
log
Use
in.
This internet, isn't it? Come. Take this one. Take this one.
It won't connect.
No, I'm saying he could take this.
Are you connected? Join. Yes, please.
Just share it. They're still online.
Should I start recording?
Yeah. Start recording. Just share it. They're still online. And then bring your laptop here. Take this wire.
It won't connect.
No, but this has got an adapter.
He doesn't
It's
have.
got an adapter.
He won't connect to the adapter.
Do you want to share your video with me and I can share it with you?
I wish I had it done.
Or if we've got USB or something? I bet he's made a really good video. I know what he's
Yeah.
Here. Take my data. Take my data.
No, it's not like that. That's not the right time.
Yes, please.
Yes, please do. And just share it. Just share it, honestly.
Yeah.
We've still got.
It
how
can
many
just
people?
play there.
We've still got a few people. We've got about 11. At least it will come. It's fine.
Okay. Oh, people are still there?
Yeah, there's 11 people.
Yeah.
Share it all.
We're having to have a problem.
What happened?
There are 21 people.
If you want, send it to me in email and I'll share it.
I should talk on my phone.
Can you?
Yeah, from the phone it will say. Uh-oh.
They're all sending stars and whatnot. It's so cute.
Yeah.
Sending stars.
For OneDrive?
Yeah. Who's this on here?
Share from OneDrive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Mute your.
Who? Razwana or Given?
I closed.
Given?
Yeah.
Given, you share it. He's going to share it from OneDrive.
Which one? Quickly. Which one is open?
Both of us. Anyone.
OneDrive?
Yeah.
Given or Razwana?
Come, tell me. Is it going to show what? Do I have to go to my emails?
It will share a bench.
But I need to get it from here and open it. Right? I think I joined.
You joined?
Okay. Don't worry, we can still. No?
I'm sharing it.
You sharing it?
Oh, okay.
Is it showing?
Yeah, it is. It's like
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Nice video. I always like videos. Oh.
He's not playing with me yet.
Why? Leave it as.
Aha, here it is.
Oh, he made a video of corridors. Oh, bless him.
Guys, I took this video today. I was missing the students. Seriously, I didn't know like this will take this long. But now it's year and a half almost. I didn't think I will miss our students, but I do. Guys, it's been a year and a half now.
And I don't
I think this band.
Can you please play the video again, Hamdan?
Thank you, Shaijan. I didn't think you will see it. I was not able to share it at the beginning.
I want to see it. Come on.
Today. I was missing our students, honestly.
Yeah, man, everybody in fact, yes.
We took the hunch, and seriously now it's kind of a year and a half. I don't know this pandemic will last for till when, but until then, I'll try to be patient. I advise it to be the same.
Wow. Where are the students?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Can you guys just please play the video again?
Again!
I mean,
Who's this guy?
I couldn't see it. Was it there?
It's over Shaijan.
Shaijan, it's probably your network again.
Alright, sorry, it's okay. I'll catch you up, guys.
Can you see it? Shaijan, I can give you a running commentary. It's our beloved corridors and classrooms empty. Can you see it now?
I mean, the video is not playing, you know, it's still there. I can see the corridors, but the video is not playing, that's it.
Well, that's what it was. It was our corridors empty.
Thank you guys for being.
Thank you very much, guys. It was really a wonderful seminar. I think all of you guys need a really big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Shaijan. We are really happy to hear that. Yeah. Thank you, Basit. Thank you all, guys, for your support. Everybody who talked to us, sent comments, we really appreciate it.
I want to do both, but that network.
Really good, I loved it.
See, Johnson, what you see was working hard.
Thank you, Johnson. Did we thank you? Listen, thank you. Bigger thank you, really.
Thank you anyhow, Johnson.
Honestly.
I cannot say this is went bad. I could thank everyone.
Exactly, yes.
No, you still got to thank.
Especially our invitees.
We need to close.
By the way, I always have this.
What's that?
The Wi-Fi app. Yeah.
But even mine, I've noticed every now and then.
Yes, I first experienced it from Roswana's.
Yeah.
The day we were
coming up
sitting
saying,
here.
hold on. Is that the laptop for Hussein? We need to give it back to.
It gets disconnected.
I need to charge mine.
It means the Wi-Fi needs to be updated. Thank you. Given.
Yeah.
You have done.
Thank you for supporting us,
Really.
honestly, all of you guys.
Seriously. Seriously, I meant it. I was, every word I said, I meant it.
Wow.
That's why you see, Given sometimes tries to give me an award. No, that's not the word I'm looking. I'm looking like a word from the heart.
Yeah.
When I said ownership, believe me, you all showed me ownership. Everyone was acting on.
Share me the video. I want that video.
I'll share it with
I know
you.
I misunderstood this.
Yeah, you missed them too, isn't
He
it?
believed in us. That's what I
Truly.
Thank you for
seriously.
giving us that opportunity, Hamdan. Honestly.
You have all the time.
Thank you so much, really. Oqsum billah. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you, John.
It was a nice experience.